very, very warm welcome to all of you all. And everyone, please applaud and encourage them to come for more events like this. Okay, so this is Cafe Mandala Propel. Why Cafe Mandala? All of you know that this is our flagship event. And we are very happy that this time we are going to be putting wind beneath your wings. Okay, so that is why Propel. We are hoping that the VCs are going to give you the much needed propellant. So with that, I'm just going to ask Dr. Ramji to come and introduce what this event is going to be about.
Welcome you all. As Ritika defined the program, Cafe Mandala is our knowledge sharing platform. We do often monthly once and all, but why can't we do it something very different? Because biotech space and the word biotech, sometimes people don't get much excited. Sorry to say biotech guys, but myself also into the stream. And we want to make it something sound this way, to come to this part of the city, to engage with people who are actually looking into the technologies, especially in the deep technologies. So why can't we use this Cafe Mandala platform to bring all the startups who can pitch, or even some of them not even pitching, but listening to the pitches so that they'll be ready for the next time. And of course, in front of some of the enablers, some of the angels and VCs that we have. So in that sense, the major objective of this today's event is to see some of those 10-12 pitches that we have, how best we can help. So it's not primarily to crack the deals just like Renika or other Shark Tank guys do on the spot checks. Renika's here, but otherwise, they may tell in their slides about their valuation. Don't get scared. You don't get scared. But generally, investors, they listen. But the numbers, whatever they present also, just observe and guide them, give genuine feedback and great comments from your side. And also, whatever the numbers that they mention, maybe part of the numbers can be looked exciting for you, so you can be part of the developmental activities or further scale-up activities. Some are in the traction, some are in the commercials already. So I want you to be part of their teams, not only for tonight, but through their journey. So I hope today's event can bring much success to everyone. All the best to the investors, like VCs, angels, and enablers, and all the startups and participants. Thank you so much for being here. So I ask Dr. Madhu to say a quick two-liners before the startup speech.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much for taking time and coming to us and looking at our startups. These startups are with us for almost 6 years, some of them for 2-3 years, and have done very well. And as you know, biotech startups need definitely a kind of more trust in terms of their early journey. I'm sure you look at that in that perspective. They're not ready to go, guys. Some of them are ready to go. So it's my, I'm very proud of these cohort of startups that are presenting today, and hope they'll impress you and something good will happen, and also good advice. Thank you very much for taking time on a hot day.
Hello everyone, this is Ajay Jain from Silver Needle Ventures.
Hello, I am Udaya from Global Innovation Hub.
Hello everyone, I am Aditi from BioAngels Indian Angel Network.
Hi everyone, this is Sonisha from Bloom Ventures.
Hello everyone, I'm Kulwan and representing Temple's Law Associates.
Hey everyone, I'm Saran and I represent Biome.
I'm Vivek Verma, I'm from Upsurge Global.
Hi, good afternoon everyone, I'm Satyanarayana Vaddi representing Finanomics Capital.
Hi everyone, this is Renuka Bodla, representing Silver Needle Ventures as a venture partner.
Hi, I'm Neeta Sachan, I'm an independent investor.
This is Sushanto from Lead Angels.
Right time now to have the startups.
A very good evening. This is Team Semantic WebTech. Myself, Asha Subramanian and Vijay Varahaswamy. We are the founders of this tech bio startup who is wanting to make a positive impact in the world of genomics and life sciences. And today we are here to present our semantic AI-enabled knowledge integration platform for genomic data analysis. We often discuss and worry about cardiac ailments, about hypertension and diabetes, but how much of attention do we give to genetic disorders? Genetic diseases create a huge burden, and actually a huge proportion of them are treatable if we are able to detect them early. India has a huge genetic disease burden, over 100 million people affected, and actually 1 in every 4 is a carrier of a genetic disorder. Process of digitizing the human DNA, the cost of that have substantially reduced, but the data diagnosis is still a massive challenge. And this is a challenge for genetic diagnostic service providers, hospitals, and researchers. So currently what they normally do is either they have a huge battalion of IT engineers or bioinformaticians, or they go in for costly commercial tools, or they tend to do it manually, which is actually hugely ineffective. Our solution is an end-to-end B2B SaaS platform that takes care of every pain of each and every target customer who are clinicians, researchers, doctors, private hospitals, labs, and genetic service providers. What they have to do is the plug-and-play platform. They have to feed in the data, and the output is a clinical report, which is actually post all the data crunching and analysis. The core knowledge engine is in the process of patent examination. So our platform actually uses semantic intelligence to make the algorithms do.
Icon Bharat 2024 Conference, a 2-day international event, bridging heritage, ancient research, and advanced technologies, organized by the Sri Maharishi Research Institute of Vedic Technology in collaboration with BrahMos, DRDO, BITS Pilani, and several other partners, was held in Hyderabad. During the event, Dr. G. Satish Reddy, former scientific advisor to the Defense Minister and former chairman of DRDO, congratulated Sri VT on its 25 years of dedicated work in Vedic science.
Namaskar. Sri Sudhakar Shastri Garu, the man behind Sri VIT, Professor Ram Gopal Rao Garu, the Vice Chancellor BITS Pilani and the former director of IIT Delhi, CEO of T-Hub, Sri MS Rao, Sri Aryaji, eminent personalities who are present here, Professor Mohan Rao, Professor Murali Krishna, and professors from various IITs, IIT Tirupati, IIT Hyderabad, and all other institutes, and the delegates who are attending this from various institutes in the country. Once again, namaskar to all of you. At the outset, let me congratulate Sri Sudhakar Shastri Garu for the journey of this 25 years, which has gone through with tremendous amount of dedication, sincerity, facing a lot of hardships, struggles, up and downs, many things, and then has come to a shape today and is looking back at 25 years of his journey and where we are today. I think we all should appreciate and give a big hand to Shastri Garu. The struggle of 25 years of him, I think we can say that today it has come to this shape by looking at so many people who have attended on this Icon Bharat, basically a theme of bridging bringing the synergy between the ancient sciences and technology and the modern technologies. So the people have shown a lot of interest. That means there is a lot of confidence which has come in the ancient sciences and technologies also. Otherwise, I think a conference with the Vedic sciences and ancient science and technologies getting such a great response will not be so easy. I think over this 25 years, out of the lot of research outcomes what Srivit has gone through and generated enthusiasm in the people and also probably definitely some amount of confidence in the scientists in the country, researchers in the country, that we should definitely look into this aspect also very seriously. I wish Srivit and Sastri Garu to come out with great outcomes, great research outputs, and see that the country flourishes in a big way, and the vision of Srivit making India a Vishwaguru will be a reality through this research outcome. I always say that for any country, it has to be prosperous and Atmanirbhar or self-reliant. Two things are very, very important. Firstly, the country should be self-sufficient in the area of materials. That's one thing first I feel. And second, it has to be having the technologies, the most advanced or innovative technologies in manufacturing. Materials and manufacturing, these two are very, very important for any country. And our country, we are still yet to become completely self-reliant in the areas of materials for various reasons. We have worked a lot, we have been working a lot and trying to make many materials in the country what are required here with our own processes and having production facilities and all that, even in the area of defense. And today, a lot of things have been developed. The special steels which are required for the maritime applications, the ships, are the very special steels which are required to withstand the very high level of pressures for the submarines, have been developed here in the country. And all the ships which are built in the country, all the submarines which are built in the country are using the steels which are developed here in the country and which are being produced by various, whether it is SAIL or other application, other production facilities in the country. When INS Vikrant, the aircraft carrier is built first time in the country indigenously by Cochin Shipyard, almost about 80% of the content of that aircraft carrier is indigenous materials are used, primarily because of the materials which are developed here in this country. So that's how we've gone through the process. Lots of various organizations have come in the country, various industries have come here in the country, working on various alloys, aluminum alloys and other things and rare earths and all those things possible. Particularly in the city of Hyderabad, with various organizations being present here working on that. One being DMRL, Defense Materials Research Laboratory, then Methani, NFTDC and NFC, and some more organizations connected to Department of Atomic Energy and Space working in this area. Hyderabad has been one of the centers responsible for developing the materials. But still, with all this, there are lots of gaps. One is the country not having enough natural resources, and also the not having developed processes which are very efficient to be competitive in the global market. We are still working on it and struggling on this in a big way. I remember the former Honorable Raksha Mantri, Sri Manohar Parrikarji, who himself was a metallurgist from IIT Mumbai, where Professor Ramgopal Rao also has worked. He has been showing a lot of interest in this area. And then in the year 2015, he formed a committee how this country can become self-sufficient, self-reliant in the area of materials. Scientist Professor Baldev Raj as chairman, and a national committee having people from all organizations who have been working on that and has been formed. The committee worked for almost a year, gone through various things and how the country can progress in this area. And none other than Manohar Parrikarji himself took hours and hours of reviews from this committee and generated a materials policy for this country, how we can move ahead in this. That is going through various changes, whatnot and all that, and the government is considering it very seriously to take it forward, what to do and all that is one of the important aspects. Look at one of the aspects of it is rare earths. Still today, the complete rare earths related are the permanent magnets, 80% to 90% we import from our, mostly from our northern friend. And today we talk about drones today here in the country. And almost all the motors or the permanent magnets, what are required in that, we still get from outside. And we are not getting, we're not able to get through the processes, whether to process through the sand which is available in the east coast or various other things, to produce the rare earths at a lower cost than from the outside. In fact, as government has considered very seriously how to crack this, and then in some departments a policy has come where even if indigenous material is costlier by about 20%, go with the indigenous material than with the material which is coming from outside to support the industries here. And that's how multiple industries have come here in the country in various even titanium and other related activities also in the country. Even when we are talking about today, today the world is changing in a big way in the energy sector, and the EVs have come in a big way, and most of these energy storage systems, whatever we are trying to use, anodes, cathodes or other things, we are still importing. This is one issue today. And second problem in this is also in the materials development today. Right from the thought process or concept today what you have, to develop a material and go through the whole process and get into the production stage and certifying that material, it's anything, it takes about between 12 to 15 years of time. It's a long gestation period, what is required in this, which again makes it difficult for someone to invest that much amount of funding, money and energies and wait for this, and what happens after 15 years is also. That's why it is limited to primarily this type of a specific special materials, limited to only government institutions today with the government funding. But in the last few years, probably for last decade, there have been a lot of sport in the activities, lots of organizations, a lot of laboratories of ISRO, Atomic Energy, leaving aside the DRDO, CSIR institutes which have come up and trying to produce many materials in the country. So at this juncture, when we look at it, a research utilizing our Vedic knowledge, Vedic sciences, where we definitely here, we all at our very top level, not an in-depth study or a research like people like Dr. Shastri Garu, but we all know that There are certain well-proven technologies which were there and which people have used are in the Vedic sciences. One is materials, and some of the technologies like techniques like cryptology, cryptography related things and all that have been very much there and very much useful to us, sort of a thing. And so the research which Srivit has carried out has come out with various materials, proven materials, proves as a testimony in this area. Over this 25 years, Srivit has worked, we have seen also, with various organizations in the country who have been working in the materials, who need materials, whether it is the office of the PSA, or DRDO, or CSIR, or ISRO and atomic energy. Multiple projects have been taken up and the results have come very successfully. In fact, when I look at it, I am not a material scientist at all. But when we look at it, what is it? So I want, let's say, one particular material, let's say 10 micron size or lower than 10 micron size, or oval shaped nano copper materials or whatever it is, or any type of particles what are required. So you define the problem, this is what I require, and give it to Shastri Garu or whoever it is also, and you go through the process, and the outcome of that, when the materials come, test the materials size, shape and material properties are matching exactly what I have the requirement. That is sufficient for me. And the process should be, if the process is much more efficient than the process what has been followed in the modern science, whether it is the time or cost or it is green. If these three are there in that, which are much better than the existing processes and processes which are followed in the other laboratories, that is a boon for us. That is what the country looks at it. So that is how some of the projects in DRDO has been given to Srivit, whether it is the HUMRL laboratory which works on the propulsion systems, or the advanced missile laboratories here in Hyderabad, or the stealth related activities which are being carried out at Defense Labs Jodhpur, or some of the naval science laboratories. I am talking about only with respect to the DRDO as what I have seen through during my period at DRDO. The projects which have been given, which actually through the processes of ancient science and technology, Shastri Garu has gone through and delivered the end product. Immaterial of, we didn't understand also because that is a different plane. What you are trying to do here, how you are processing it, you can't expect him to do the same processes and same things and then come out with a material like this. Is not that. So he has gone through his own processes which are in a completely different level, and the material has been supplied, material has been gone through testing and material has been found, and few cages of these materials, as this is only a prototype producing laboratory what he has got at particularly in a town like Guntur, and producing it. So we expect only about a few cages of it. And then he also mentioned, Professor Ramarao said, you can give me 10,000 tons, that is not my job, that is an industry job which industry has to take it up and do it. And that's how produced, and actually laboratories have accepted. So this is where the next step is required. So we have to bring in the industry. We have to bring in industry collaborates with Srivit, and industry definitely should find that it is economically viable for them. It is actually marketing wise and producibility wise it is viable, and then there is a market available for it, and you bring in them, you should be able to produce this in large number, and that is how actually this particular technology gets its own visibility, viability, and also acceptance among various people in the country is what it is required. Let it be 1, 2, 3, 4, need not be some tens of materials of it, 3, 4, 5 materials out of it, producing with this, and able to come out with the barriers what we have today, as what I said, whether the extraction processes, we are able to extract let's say, as I said, the rare earth is available in a very, very, very small quantity, like what is available in the stones of Rajasthan, and we are able to extract it with a process, and the process cost is so low that we are able to compete with China, and that is sufficient for us and what is required. Or similarly, the East Coast sand or many other materials. I am just taking rare earths as most popular material which we imported, so I have taken up talk about any other materials and all that. We are able to produce, and the industry is able to produce, and we are able to make the government and make the officers in the government accept that this is a thing where we need to support, and then we are going to have bulk orders, and then it takes off and it goes ahead. That is where I think we need to work out. So what I request both Shastri Garu and the research community here is identify the areas, identify the materials, and then work on it. Yes, the support is there, and we need to work out various mechanisms to convince people that need to support this type of a technologies in a big way. And I am sure that with so many people coming here and then coming out, we should be able to support, gather support slowly in a big way, and try to see that the technologies are matured, more and more, and researchers get involved into it, and much more infrastructure is created, and come out with multiple materials, if not large number, and produce them. And I can definitely see that a lot of academic institutes also now today have shown interest into it and getting into it. And we just heard Professor Ram Gopal Rao, the Vice Chancellor of BITS, that the BITS is interested into getting into this and working together and coming out with technologies which are from heritage, what are there. And you all, I think, know, IIT Hyderabad has got a Department of Heritage Sciences. So there is growing interest in the country in this, and so there will be more researchers coming into this area and coming out with outcomes which can make this country flourish. The requirement is not to protect or come out with that our Vedas are great and this, that and all that. I am not saying about it. Maybe one of the need, or some people have interest in and all that, that is good, that is a separate issue. I am looking at use these Vedic sciences, understand that, come out with processes in such a way that this country is able to produce those materials which are required for various applications in the country, and we don't have to import, and the country becomes self-reliant, and country after that we are able to supply to the world with Indian science-based technologies-based materials to the world, and making the world green, clean, and we are supplying at a lower cost, and which makes the country very prosperous by being self-reliant and also exporting it in a big way. That is what is the outcome which I am looking at, and probably definitely the country is looking at. What is the vision of Honorable Prime Minister? Honorable Prime Minister is looking at self-reliant India and Viksit Bharat and make for the world. These are the calls given by the highest office of the country, and so these are for making the country flourish in that. As I said right in the beginning, materials and manufacturing are the most important things in this, and I am sure with this Icon Bharat, we will be able to bring in Venergy between the ancient sciences and technology with the modern sciences, and you will be able to deliberate in the next 2 days on this subject by subject in depth and come out with specific outcomes and specific recommendations, and we will submit it to the government and try to convince the government to take forward the recommendations of this Icon Bharat and see that we will be able to come out with outcomes making the country self-reliant in this area. My best wishes for the conference, and my best wishes to Shastri Garu and everyone, and best wishes to Srivet Jai Hind, Namaskar.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Today's event, organized by the International Startup Foundation, is a testament to the power of collaboration. By connecting startup founders with investors, industry leaders, and government officials, we are ensuring that you have the tools to succeed, not just in creating innovative products, but in accessing the market and reaching paying customers.
I'll request Jaya Garu and everybody else over here. The Junicorns program is a fantastic idea. I think more such things should definitely happen, and we should be investing into our children.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV. Welcome to International Startup Festival 2024. This September, from the 26th to the 28th, join India's most exciting startup community at the Engineering Staff College of India in Hyderabad. Pitch your breakthrough ideas to top investors, learn from industry pioneers, and make connections that could shape your future. From networking with influential minds to gaining valuable insights, this event is your opportunity to shine, grow, and succeed. Don't miss out on 3 days of inspiration and growth. ISF 2024 is your gateway to the future of innovation. Your journey starts here.
Icon Bharat 2024 Conference, a 2-day international event, bridging heritage, ancient research, and advanced technologies, organized by the Sri Maharishi Research Institute of Vedic Technology in collaboration with BrahMos, DRDO, BITS Pilani, and several other partners, was held in Hyderabad. During the valedictory session of Icon Bharat 2024, Y.S. Chaudhary, MLA from Andhra Pradesh and guest of honor, pledged to open doors and support SRIVT's mission to bridge Vedic knowledge and modern science.
Basically, Ideation. Ideation is the fastest mortality rate if we don't incubate. Ideation, incubation, commercialization, and scaling up. End of the day, we all work towards better living standards for the humankind across the world. So whatever we talk, the subject, whatever we are talking about, ancient science space, which over a period of over centuries, everyone knows that India has got a very rich ancient history. Still people are unearthing what else India can give. Today when I saw some of the nanomaterials what this institute have developed, as a layman I don't understand how they were produced and all those things, because it has got its own strength and processes. But the application side, if we see, it has to be rechecked. That is the key point. So this institution should go towards the application side. I also have been trying to understand, particularly in the healthcare, our country have been trying to take care of the health of the people. But my understanding is we have been doing only sick care. It's a reactive management. We are not able to do anything to prevent the sickness. The best way is if we can go back to the ancient ways to understand how a healthy man can live for full 100 years. We have definitely our ancient science says that holistic health approach, whether it is homeopathy or Ayurveda or naturopathy. But allopathy, because of the fundamental economics, works extremely fast in allopathy. If we see statistics also, there are two industries have been growing extremely well. One is food industry, the other one is hospitals, healthcare. Because the quality of the food human beings have been consuming eventually making people to land in unhealthy conditions. That is why these two industries are doing extremely well worldwide. So this has to be understood, and with your basic education it's very easy to learn and know. But there is something which you cannot learn from the missions are experience and wisdom. That's what all the great people sitting here on the dais can bring. So please respect the ancient values based on which small way if you start trying. So first time in my life I went and contested from the direct elections in Vijayawada West Constituency. Post elections, I started training my people saying that Namaskaram, Prati Namaskaram and Samskaram Gabati, please don't give shake hands. Please continue to put only Namaskaram and Prati Namaskaram. Which half of the 3 lakh population, I think, if not half, 1/3 of the people in 3 months, they have already started getting there. So similarly, if we start getting into the ancient knowledge and technology, it's very easy. Easy means once we start practicing. So, the today challenge what Mr. Shastri have been talking is how to make use of their research and how to commercialize and scaling up. Which, with little understanding, I also see a lot of benefit towards the environment. If this can be produced without much overconsumption, etc., and without getting into mining of basic minerals, that also helps our environment, and that is also a big answer to our global warming, which we are entire world is facing. How to bridge the gap between Vedic science and the modern science. That's a very big subject. It's not that easy. Any number of programs we conduct from Science and Technology Ministry or your Defense Ministry, etc., etc. But it's a very conscious approach. Government can do very little, in my opinion. Every civilian, every citizen of this country has to focus. But at the same time, how can youngsters can focus on that because their livelihood is very important for them. So there is a need for us to retrain the people to believe the ancient sciences and to restart to correct our thinking and to bring everything on application side. So everyone knows that our globalization definitely brought lot of maybe positive things, but many negative things to our country, particularly whole our giant family system has collapsed. That is also one of the main reasons for getting out of track from the ancient sciences. So earlier days, everything is a cooperative system, Sarkar Sangal. So people used to use the ancient Asian means. How to run kitchen garden. That is how they used to have the healthy food. As an MLA, definitely from Bharatiya Janata Party, I can open some doors for you. I cannot guarantee something. I can open some doors for you. So you are most welcome for anything I can be of any help to develop this institute. I also come from engineering background. I always tell everyone, end of the day, though by qualification I am an engineer, by choice I became an entrepreneur, for which I have definitely spent my prime youth, blood and sweat. By surprise I got into politics. Wherever I go, the two M's, M and M, men and money management is important. Even for this institute, that is what it is required. Probably I can commit here from this dais, Shastri Garu, whatever you need, if I can be of an help, please do come to me. I'll definitely support. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Jay Chaudhary Garu, for inviting me to share my thoughts. Thanks a lot to KK for putting us together. It's indeed my privilege to be here sharing my thoughts. If India at 2047, India at 100, has to become a developed nation, then startups have to play a very, very critical role. And so it is my privilege to share what I see as the vision for India when it turns 100. I'll give you a little bit of background I'm going to be speaking based on my recently released book, India at 100. You can go and find it on Amazon, India @100, numbers 100. The subtitle of the book is Envisioning Tomorrow's Economic Powerhouse. I'll give you the bottom line. The bottom line may seem audacious, but hopefully in the next 15-20 minutes, I'll be able to explain to you the economic logic and the reasoning behind what I see this as the size of the Indian economy in 2047. I expect the Indian economy to be a $55 trillion economy in 2047. Now, that may seem audacious, and some of you may be wondering, whatever he had in the morning, whatever he smoked, I want a piece of that. It seems to be some cool stuff. Let me hopefully by the end of the talk tell you that I'm absolutely sane. I've been very sane even while writing the book, and I've reflected a lot on this prediction, and with a lot of rigor and conceptual thinking and empirical evidence, data, I've actually come to this conclusion. So I'll explain to you why I think India can be a $55 trillion economy in 2047. But
before that, let me share briefly the motivation for me to write this book. The motivation was a twofold one. First was a more prosaic motivation. When I was part of the government in 2021, the India at 75 activities were going on. And naturally at that time, my thoughts went to how the economy will look when India turns 100. So that's where the thought for India at 100 got germinated. But a more powerful, compelling motivation was what I observed, inside out about a lot of the commentary on India, being part of government, being a part of the government. So I don't know how many of you might have noted, but I joined as the Chief Economic Advisor in late 2018, in December of 2018. And the first press conference after the GDP numbers got released that I had to go and deal with, India's GDP growth had declined to 5.3%. Of course, we all know that the impact of policies in the past, things that have been going on manifest, and so, but I had to go and defend it. And at that time, I felt that there was a lot of negative commentary on India, on the Indian economy. In fact, even today, we find a lot of negative commentary on the Indian economy. For instance, there were people saying that there is something structurally wrong with the Indian economy. Hereafter, India will have to persist with only 5% or less growth. People even use terms that are actually loaded with religious overtones when giving labels to these growth episodes. And when COVID struck, then at that time in particular, many commentators actually took pleasure in talking and giving doomsday predictions about the Indian economy. So at that time, I actually felt, I had the privilege of being able to, in October of 2020, to make the prediction that the Indian economy will register a V-shaped recovery. And I'm glad that it happened. There was a good amount of judgment, of course, but there was a good amount of, credible hope in which, with which one made that prediction, because I felt that at that point in time, it is important to actually display economic leadership. It's very easy to kick, whether it's an individual or an institution or the country, it's very easy to kick when someone is down, but it's far harder to actually lift that individual or the entity up and say a pat on the back and say, no, you can do it. And that's what, at that critical time, once in a century pandemic, that was what was required. But in this process, seeing so much of the negative commentary on India at that time, and even now, for instance, and by some people who have occupied very august offices, in the country, I got the feeling that it is important for positive thinking also to try and push back on a lot of the negativity that that a lot of commentators tend to actually enjoy encouraging. And in that context, I have actually come to now conclude that for positive outcomes to manifest, positive thinking is necessary, but for negative outcomes to manifest, negative thinking is sufficient. So if for negative outcomes to manifest, negative thinking is sufficient, but for positive outcomes, positive thinking is only necessary, then positive thinking has to work much harder compared to, to sort of counter the negativity. And, it is therefore, so the India at 100 book is essentially, it's a small, as we speak, if you think about that a yajna or a fire sacrifice, it's a small ahuti on my part to actually to generating that positivity, because there is a lot of positivity. There are lots of positives about the Indian economy, and that's what I want to share with you now. If India grows at 8% from here on till 2047, and there is a decent if to it. I'll come to that, why we can do it in a minute. If India grows at 8% in real terms, then the Indian economy can indeed become a $55 trillion economy. Now, before I give you the economics of how we grow at 8%, what are the other elements of that $55 trillion economy prediction, it is important to seek inspiration from other examples, other countries that have grown at similar paces. So let me give you the example of Japan. Japan from 1970 to 1995, this is a 25-year period, 1970 to 1995, grew its economy in dollar terms by almost 26 times, actually 25.6. And, in 1970, the Japanese economy, the GDP was about $220 billion in 1970. By 1995, 25 years later, the Japanese economy had reached $5.5 trillion, a multiplication of 25.6 times. Japan, as you know, is a democracy. If I give you the example of China, I will give you, but you might say, we can't compare with China because we are a democracy, China is not. And that's why I've given you the example of Japan, which was a democracy. Now, some of you may say that, that growth for Japan happened during a, honeymoon period for the global economy. The reality is it was not a honeymoon period at all. In fact, during 1970s to 1995, that was the period of the Vietnam War. That was the period of the oil shock. As a result of the oil shock, the US faced double-digit inflation. The entire Volcker phenomenon, the US has never faced that kind of inflation, since then. And interest rates went so high. Obviously, demand fell. So all these tailwinds, where all these headwinds were things that the Japanese actually had to encounter, and yet they grew from 220 billion to 5.5 trillion, growing their GDP 26 times. What I am estimating for India in the 25-year period is actually much less than that, about 15 times multiplication, not 25 times. So one of the main things actually I want to emphasize is that we in India, especially as a country and as an individual itself, there are only two words that we need to keep saying, make it as a mantra: we can. We can. And I think that is the most important. If a Japan can, why cannot we? If a China can, and China actually, let me give you the example as well, from 1996 to 2021, the Chinese GDP grew 22 times in dollar terms. Now, of course, you'll say China is different, but I've already given you the example of a democratic nation, Japan, which grew its GDP. If Japan can, if China can also grow, its GDP over 20 times, why cannot we do that? We can as well. What is most important is for India to deliver GDP growth in real terms at 8%. Now, let me give you the number crunching behind this, economic number crunching, and then I'll give you some of the drivers why I think actually this is something that is possible. Growth rate of GDP that has prevailed for India, from 1991 onwards, in real terms, our GDP has grown at about 7%. That's been the average GDP growth from 1991 onwards. So from 7% on average to 8% on average is a stretch goal, but it is not something that is actually, it is not, I'm not asking for a doubling of GDP growth. It's only a stretch goal. And we've grown at 7% during the last 30 years, despite, so many problems. We have a very slow judiciary. We have a bureaucracy that actually can improve significantly. We have our human capital, actually education levels can be much better. Poverty was much higher during this 30-year period. Of course, it has declined. Abject poverty was also there. Despite that, we've grown at 7%. Lots of problems, lots of challenges, and yet we've grown. So 8% is a stretch goal, but we can do it. It's ambitious, but it is achievable. And I'll spend some time on what will be the key drivers for this later, but let me just focus on the numbers. So if we can grow at 8% with 5% inflation, that's been the average since the inflation targeting regime was implemented in 2016, where the central bank, Reserve Bank of India, has to actually, target inflation at 4%, has to deliver inflation at 4%. If you check the data from 2016 onwards, the average inflation has been 5%. So it's a very reasonable expectation, therefore, for me to say that going forward also, inflation will be 5%, because Reserve Bank of India has to deliver inflation between 2% to 6%. So 4% plus minus 2. So 5% is at the higher end of that range. So 8% real growth, 5% inflation translates into 13% in nominal growth terms. 8 plus 5, 13%. Now, in order to estimate the growth that will happen in dollar terms, I have to also tell you what is the likely rate of depreciation of the rupee vis-a-vis the dollar that will prevail, going forward. And here I'll first give you the number and then explain why I think that is something that will prevail. My estimation is that from here on, the rate of depreciation of the rupee would be less than 1%, 1% per annum. So it will depreciate by about, so maybe 50 basis point, 0.5%, maybe 0.6%, but less than 1% in a year. So with 13% in nominal rupee terms, 8% plus 5%, because depreciation reduces the value in dollar terms. So when you convert from rupee to dollar, actually depreciation reduces the value. So you have to subtract that 1% depreciation. 13 minus 1 is 12%. So 12% in dollar terms is what we get, with 8% real growth, 5% inflation, and currency depreciation of about 1%. Let's use the rule of 72. This is something that all of us economists and people who actually work in markets as well use to know how many years it's going to take to double your money. The rule is very simple. 72 divided by the rate of interest that you get. You basically, whatever number you get, that's the number of years it will take to double your money. So remember, for instance, the time when national savings certificates actually used to double our money in 6 years. You remember that? It used to double our money because the rate of interest that was paid on that was 12%. So that's because 12 times 6 is 72, or 72 divided by 12 is 6 years. Similarly, growth at 12% in dollar terms will mean that GDP will double every 6 years. This is important. Keep in mind, GDP doubles every 6 years. Now, let's take the 24-year period from 2023 to 2047. If GDP doubles every 6 years over a 24-year period, how many doublings will happen? 4 doublings, right? 4 doublings, because 24 divided by 6 is 4. In other words, 2 into 2 into 2 into 2, 2 to the power 4, which is 16 times. So that's what I mentioned by actually saying that, we can multiply our GDP by about 15 to 16 times. So now let me tell you, in 2023, India's GDP was $3.28 trillion, approximated to 3.25. So the first doubling is 3.25 to 6.5. Second doubling is 6.5 to 13. Third doubling is 13 to 26. Fourth doubling is 26 to 52. 52. So 52 is close to that 55 trillion. I've not done an Excel calculation. I've just done a mental calculation with all of you, and we are close to that 55 trillion number. So the most important, aspect of this is 8% growth. Now let me spend a little bit of time explaining to you why I think that 1% depreciation of the rupee is what will prevail in the future. If you look at the data in the past, rupee has depreciated by about 3.5% per annum. 3 to 3.5% per annum. So compared to that, why do I think that the rate of depreciation will be lower, going forward? There's a very simple reason for that. If you look at the inflation that has prevailed in India from 1991 till 2016, when India implemented the inflation targeting regime, inflation was about 7.5% on average, during that period. But since then, from 2016 onwards, inflation has reduced to 5%. Now, one of the aspects of, when you think about international economics or, currency depreciation, it is that the currency that faces higher inflation has to experience higher depreciation. Why is that the case? Because if currency faces higher inflation, so, what does inflation mean? Today, what you can buy using 100 rupees, what you can buy using same 100 rupees next year is less. If, in real terms, actually your value of that 100 rupees is only 95 rupees next year if inflation is 5%. Similarly, if you take, let's say the US inflation has been about 2%. So in the US, $100 this year will be worth $98 next year. So in other words, the value of the dollar has not eroded as much as the value of the rupee has eroded. Now, when inflation was 7.5%, the value of the rupee was eroding much faster than that of the of the dollar than when it is when inflation is 5%. So as a result, you actually have the currency having to depreciate more in order to keep the purchasing power the same. If you have to have actually the purchasing power of the rupee vis-a-vis the dollar unchanged, then the rupee has to depreciate more in order for, basically 98 versus 95. So you can see 98 divided by 95, so that's the main reason. So when you have therefore a reduction in inflation, there'll be a concomitant decline in depreciation as well. So about 2.5% decline in the rate of inflation will translate 1-for-1 into a lower rate of depreciation. That's why instead of 3.5% rate of depreciation, about 1% is what we'll get. So that explains actually. So let me once again summarize quickly: 8% real growth, 5% inflation, 8 plus 5, 13. Subtract 1%, 12%. At 12%, GDP doubles every 6 years. 4 doubling, 16 times doubling. That's why from 3.28 to 55 trillion. Last, let me end with actually what are the key drivers for this 8% growth. I'll not elaborate too much, but let me just leave you with these 3 thoughts. One of the most important drivers of this 8% growth can be formalization of the economy. If you look at the Indian economy, it has been significantly informal. If you step out of the engineering staff college here, you go out, you'll actually find many people who sell idlis, let's say, on a shanty or some makeshift store. You'll find people who are selling dab, basically maybe on a thela kind of. They're all informal establishments. When these establishments become more formal, their productivity increases. And growth is essentially about 2 things, which is investment and productivity. How much investment you make, how productive is that investment. And when informal sector firms become formalized, when they become more formal, their productivity increases significantly. Because you can think about it, a store, somebody who's actually selling idlis, let's say using, doesn't even have a shop. If he's selling idlis, when he constructs a shop, he maybe has two people. The food that will be made actually will not get as much dust, etc., because it's covered, more hygienic, so he can, charge a higher price. If he has two more people to basically cook, he can actually sell more as well. So together he can sell more and charge a higher price. Obviously, for the same investment he's making in terms of his labor, in terms of its capital, he's reaping greater reward. So productivity increases. So this is something that economists, nobody quibbles about, which is the fact that formalization of the economy will increase productivity in the economy. Second is, even among the formal sector firms itself, Indian formal sector firms are still far behind their global peers, in terms of the productivity, and they will catch up, and they have been catching up over the last 3 decades, and especially over the last decade. For instance, if you latest, a couple of days back, the rankings came out. India is now ranked 39 in the global, innovation index. In 2015, India was ranked 85. From 85 to 39 in innovation. And by the way, this is not government data. This is data put out by this is a global innovation index. Actually, they put it out across all countries. So this is not, nobody can dismiss this as say, I don't believe this data. This is actually, a global innovation index. Similarly, if you look at entrepreneurship, again, I'm giving you these statistics, using World Bank data. If you use World Bank data to look at new firm creation, from 2004 to 2014, the rate of growth, or what we call CAGR, cumulative, annual growth rate of, for new firms from 2004 to 2014 was 3.2%. From 2014 onwards till 2023, new firm creation, the growth rate is 220%. 3.2% versus 220%, and this is basically startups. This is so relevant for this conference. Combination of innovation, combination of entrepreneurship, this is what will actually enhance productivity of our formal sector firms as well. That will be the second driver. Final, most important driver in my opinion, which is credit creation in the economy. Now, whenever credit is taken for creating assets, for instance, if I actually, when I started out, when I was in school, I used to drive a bicycle to school. Then, when I came to class 11, my father bought me a moped. So, to school, earlier it used to take me about 45 minutes of cycling to go to, with a moped, which was basically an asset. I was able to drive and, reach my school in 15 minutes. So I was saving time. my father didn't take a loan, but if he had taken a loan, for instance, that asset creation makes you more productive. That half an hour that I saved, actually, I could use it to study better. I was becoming more productive. This is true. This is true in general. When firms also, when they take on, loans for creating assets, they become more productive. And here the runway for India is significant, because if you look at credit creation in the economy, what proportion of GDP is basically being given as, how much credit is there as a percentage of GDP? If you take the rest of the world, for every 100 units of GDP, about 180 units of credit has been given in the economy. In contrast, if you take India, for every 100 units of GDP, only 58 units of credit has been given. So 58 versus 180. Think about the runway there is. Large sections of our population still remain unbanked. They don't get loans. They have brilliant ideas. They can actually go and create firms, but they don't get credit to be able to go and create. There's another aspect that is, very critical for the startup ecosystem. So from being able to grow from, with the current 58% levels to close to 150, 160%, there is huge opportunity. I'll give you a very specific example to illustrate what kind of power there is from credit creation. Take India and South Korea. India and South Korea in 1960. If you compare the data, in 1960, the credit creation percentage of GDP was 6% in South Korea, 8% in India. In other words, India was ahead of South Korea in 1960. Fast forward 60 years, in 2020, India's credit creation is 58%. South Korea is 180%, 178%. And that is why they actually have today, when we buy phones, we are buying Samsung phones instead of them, buying possibly our Jio phones. When we buy a car, maybe that's why we're buying Daewoo cars, and actually instead of them buying our nano cars. So counterfactually, if you think about it, if this kind of credit creation had happened, for our manufacturing sector firms, for our export intensive sectors, it could have been the reverse, where we might have been exporting to them rather than importing from them. That shows the power of credit creation in the economy. Together, these three drivers itself, in the book, of course, I've covered many other aspects, judicial reform, bureaucratic reform, education, healthcare, digital economy, digitization, climate change, all these. I'm not getting into that for paucity of time, but just these three drivers themselves can push growth from what has been at 7% to 8% and thereby deliver the $55 trillion economy. To summarize, I'll leave you with this anecdote, hopefully an anchoring example that you can relate with. In India, Bollywood and cricket are actually religions. So I'll give you an example from cricket. In 1993, when Sachin Tendulkar had played cricket for a few years, it started playing cricket in 1989. At that time, Sunil Gavaskar assessed his potential. Based on his performance of 4 years, Sunil Gavaskar said that if he does not score at least 40 international hundreds and at least 15,000 international runs, I'll be very disappointed. In fact, he explicitly said, I'll go and strangle him myself. So that was it was a paternalistic statement assessing the potential. In a similar way, I have no pretensions of being, Sunil Gavaskar. I'm certainly not of cricket, not of economics either. But by looking at the potential, by looking at the performance of the Indian economy over the last 3 decades, in a similar way, I can assess that India offers the same potential as well to be the Sachin Tendulkar of the global economy in 2047. That's the second lesson from this example. Just because Sunil Gavaskar said it, Sachin Tendulkar did not score that 100 international hundreds and the 50,000, close to 30,000 international runs. He had to work very hard. He had to overcome setbacks. He had to actually, when he encountered challenges, he had to find innovative solutions. India will have to do that as well. In particular, state governments will have to do a lot of hard work, especially reforms. And I want to leave you with this particular message. Think about it. When the union budget is presented, all of us actually pay a lot of attention, ask a lot of questions to our finance minister, to the secretaries, etc. Do we ask similar questions to the state's finance minister, to the state secretary, about what reforms have you done? What are the reforms you've done for startups? What are the reforms you've done for enabling manufacturing? What are the reforms you've done for ease of doing business? What are the reforms you've done for enabling ease of doing business in our, these are questions that we need to be asking, because power and responsibility are two sides of the same coin. Whenever we look at narratives, especially at when we look at the media, states only talk about their power, saying that center is infringing into this, infringing into that. When center oftentimes is having to actually do that because states are not doing it. So, when states start talking about their responsibility, then there would be no need for the union government to actually having to do these things. So the hard work that Sachin Tendulkar did today, that hard work has to be done by the state governments, and we as citizens have to do the hard work of putting pressure on them, asking them these same questions. And I'm hoping, therefore, next time when the Telangana state budget is presented or the Andhra Pradesh budget is presented, you all will ask the same questions of the state, chief minister and the state finance minister, and CIA and FICCI will actually, and ASSOCHAM and, all of you will organize sessions where you will basically unravel the state budget and say, hey, why didn't you do reforms? Show me my reforms actually on, what have you done on this? Ask those questions. Then you will be doing your part of the work as well as citizens. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So I think the performance here was fantastic, and this teaches us that the investment into children, the amount of results that it can show. Unfortunately, what we do at Geetham is, in some senses, late, very late. Students come to us at the age of 18, 21, 22. By that point, they're already damaged by our schooling system. I think IIT director here will also agree with me that most of our children are in a destination mindset where I need to crack the IIT, I need to crack this, but they don't think what they're going to do after they get there. So I think with effort like this, I was just speaking to Mr. Dimitri, he said he's been in India for 9 years, and the output that they performed is truly world class. So if you can invest into children at the right time, I think the results that can happen. So I will request Jaya Garu and everybody else over here. The Junicorns program is a fantastic idea. I think more such things should definitely happen, and we should be investing into our children. We started an early childhood school in Geetham in Visakhapatnam called Swecha, Freedom from Society. Basically because the schooling system is beating the curiosity, innovation out of children. And by the time they reach us, devoid of passion, motivation, ability to work hard, and also resilience is low. So pressure is really getting to them. These are causes of great concern. I really want to appreciate Raj Garu for thinking just now to donate 1 crore for such a good organization and good program. We'll invite you to Geetham also, and we'll make our kids also do some good things so that can be very generous to us at Geetham. And I'm in 2 boards, Public Life and this, and we have been visiting schools because our education minister is also a very young, well-educated leader. And I was quite sad. We went to a school, a public school, one of the largest public schools in Andhra Pradesh in Visakhapatnam. It had 4,300 students in 2019. It has 3,400 now. We spoke to 10th grade students, and we made them read a passage in the English textbook. And they read it, 2-3 of them, with some difficulty. I would rate their reading capability at about 5 or 6 on 10. But their understanding was about 1.5 or 2. And this was, by any standard, one of the best public schools in the state. And what does it say about our education system? And the government schools employ the best of the teachers, much better than private schools, at that level, at that economic status. So this is a matter of great concern. These are the ones who are feeding into universities. So I don't think we need many greater universities in India. We need many greater schools. I think I'd request, there are a lot of billionaires in front of me. That's why I'm saying this. I'd request all of you to focus your efforts and philanthropy on early childhood education. That I think is the most important, on motivation, on leadership. Because it's not just about recruiting good teachers. How do you manage them well? How do you keep them motivated? How do you ensure that infrastructure is well maintained in public and in private schools? Because that's when the kids have the innovative spirit, the curiosity, the willingness to try new things. By the time they come to us, they just want marks, they just want to avoid things, and now AI has made it so much worse. We can't tell, right? So in that, they're surprisingly very innovative. Any exam we try, they're so innovative on how they can cheat the exam. So that they're one step ahead of us. Our faculty are always playing catch up. So these are serious problems. I think as a public representative, I want to say some good news for myself, that I was at a talk for AI. I believe AI is going to disrupt public representatives the last. So my job is much safer than all of you. But educators and everybody else has a harder time ahead. So we all have to think really hard about what we need to do to survive, to adapt, to prepare for this future that's ahead of us. At Geetham also, we're trying to rekindle the spirit of curiosity, and to some success. I think there's a lot more that we can do. And at the state level, we are really eager to do a lot of good things, but education is like planting a seed. It takes many years for it to bear fruit. But unfortunately, we are judged every 4 years, and then we get into campaign mode, and we have little time to do much else. But I think activities like this really inspire, give us ideas that we can take back home. Even today, I think there were some really good ideas. I want to appreciate Jaya Garu and the entire organization team and Vamsharam Garu for sponsoring such a organization, for sponsoring such a good event. Thank you for inviting me. Although I'm not elected from this state, I have a quota here. We have a campus of Hyderabad, so I can say that I'm president of Geetham in Hyderabad, and that's why I'm here visiting this event. So I can use both hats. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best, Andy.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV. Welcome to International Startup Festival 2024. This September, from the 26th to the 28th, join India's most exciting startup community at the Engineering Staff College of India in Hyderabad. Pitch your breakthrough ideas to top investors, learn from industry pioneers, and make connections that could shape your future. From networking with influential minds to gaining valuable insights, this event is your opportunity to shine, grow, and succeed. Don't miss out on 3 days of inspiration and growth. ISF 2024 is your gateway to the future of innovation. Your journey starts here.
My name is Pawan Kumar. I am the Chief Operating Officer at magicroll.ai, and we are into video editing domain. We are making one model, foundational model for video editing, which takes users' videos as an input and edits in like A to Z format. So user doesn't need to do anything. So we take videos as an input. We analyze it in 3 ways. We do the text analysis, the video analysis of it, also the audio tone analysis. So which actually decides that, okay, what kind of editing needs to be put in that particular video. And then we have a tool which actually implement those editing suggestions. So this is what magicroll.ai is.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Now it is our honor to invite Dr. Jay Chaudhary Garu, founder, chairman of the International Startup Foundation, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank our
distinguished guests, Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, Special Chief Secretary, Government of Telangana. We also want to thank Mr. Srinath Reddy, Chairman and Managing Director of Ram Informatics. Our special thanks to Rajeshwara Garu, who is the Director of Engineering Staff College of India. Without his help, I don't think ISF would have conducted this very conference. Thank you, Rajeshwara Garu. I know that for the last 1 week, you have been almost living in the campus, trying to see that all the infrastructure facilities are up and running. Thank you so much for all your dedicated support and encouragement for making this conference to happen this day. I also would like to welcome all our distinguished invitees who have come from different continents. People have come from United States, from Canada, from Singapore, from London, Germany, Netherlands, and so many other countries. I have met them yesterday also, today also I met a lot of them. Normally, for big conferences like this, whenever we invite people, the conference are supposed to take care of their travel, accommodation, make sure that they come here and attend the conference. Since our India's International Startup Foundation itself is a startup company, we started about 2 years back without any money, without any legal structure. Sir, I was just mentioning about the story of ISF. So we started as a startup company about 2 years back. As I mentioned, like any other startup company, when they got an idea, they don't have any money, they don't have a team, they don't know how to really go about. So we were almost like that 2 years back. Somebody said it's a high time for India to encourage the early stage startups. The reason why we started ISF, what we noticed is more than 80% of the early stage startup companies in India, they are actually getting into the so-called startup death valley. Jayesh Ranjan Garu, you may be aware because you are responsible for setting up the T-Hub, T-Works and V-Hub, and you may be knowing the statistics. I don't know, these statistics may be different in Hyderabad, but in general, even Silicon Valley, only 1 out of 10 startup companies are succeeding, even in Silicon Valley. So we thought, why can't we flip that model? Why can't we make 9 out of the 10 companies that we are supporting should be successful? That was the objective of International Startup Foundation when we started 2 years back. We were not knowing how to do it. What is the recipe to flip that equation? We thought, let us try because there is a need. I have seen myself, many startups, even from Ivy League, from IIT Madras, IIIT Hyderabad, they actually really struggle in the early stages of their startup journey, not having the funding in time, not having the teams in place, not having the customers who are going to support them for the revenue and all that. So many startups, they struggle. Only few startups are able to overcome these hurdles and come to the next stage. So a similar kind of issues were there for the International Startup Foundation. Though we started with a noble objective helping the early stage startups. So initially we had a conference in Bangalore, Muddanhalli. There are not even hotels were present in Muddanhalli. There is a small village near Bangalore airport. And when I invited all our guests to come for the first conference, we had no email connection also. I had to send WhatsApp messages to all of them. And we had only 40 days time to invite all of them for the conference in Muddanhalli for the first ISF conference. Initially it was India Startup Foundation. We never thought that we will go global. But in the second conference, which happened again in Muddanhalli, lot of startup companies whom we selected around 15 startup companies out of I think 3,000 startup companies who competed for the pitch competition during the first conference. Out of these 15 companies, normally what happens when the conference is over, we remove all the WhatsApp groups and we again meet them only the next year conference. What I told them, let us not leave any WhatsApp groups. We had a lot of speakers from different parts of the globe. So we'll continue the WhatsApp group, and we will have every Saturday, one of these selected 15 companies, we'll give them an opportunity. Normally what happens today, for example here, today the pitch competition is going on. There are nearly 150 startup founders, 150 companies. They're all pitching. We are going to select some of the 10 startup companies out of this 150. And most of the juries and CXOs, they're all sitting in the other buildings in the same campus. That's the reason why you don't see most of them sitting in the auditorium here. And our selection process is out of 50,000 startup companies who registered, out of that we selected 150. That 150, they're all here in the campus. Out of this 150, we may select maybe 10 or 15. The same thing we did during the first conference. And normally we used to give about 10 to 15 minutes time for each startup company to explain about the product and what they're going to do. We thought that that's not enough time for them to really explain what are the problems that they're facing. That's the reason why we thought every Saturday, 8:30 to 9:30 p.m. and we requested all the global leaders, global mentors, global investors from different continents to be present in those calls. And we have more than 600 global mentors, more than 200 ISF angels who normally participate in this weekly Saturday conference calls. So normally our selection process is out of these 15 companies whom we selected during the first ISF conference, each one of them was given an opportunity to present on those Saturdays. And today, to our surprise, 99% of those companies are doing well. They got funded, they got market access, they are getting the mentorship. So we thought that yes, this model is working. So the same model we want to continue during the second conference also. The second ISF conference happened again in Mudanhalli. There what happened, in the first day itself, about 150 term sheets we were able to close for the early stage startups. And most of the angel investors, they were all from the real estate industry, from Hyderabad, or pharma industry, or biotechnology industry, who normally never used to invest in the tech startups and early stage startups. I requested them, instead of you going and putting money in some temples in the hundi, the same money with a little bit more money, why don't you give it to the startups, because they are struggling for money in the early stage. So you think that you are getting more punyam by going to Tirumala and praying Lord Venkateshwara and putting the money in hundi. If you do the same thing, helping a early stage startup, not only he is giving opportunities to many employees who is going to be employed by him. If that startup becomes a successful startup, he is going to create wealth also for the nation and also for the investors. So whereas if you go and put money in any hundi, you think that you get some good karma points. I don't know whether they are getting those karma points, but here definitely you will get much better karma points because you are creating employment for many people. All the families you are going to help. And in addition to that, you are not giving a charity. That money is going to come back to you in multiples. Minimum what we have seen is 4 to 5 multiples of that money, whatever they have invested in those early stage startups, they got the money back. So that's what we started requesting all the angels within the country, outside the country. Now we have got a very active ISF angel network. We have got more than 250 crore commitment. Out of the 250 crores, we already invested, deployed 50 crores in 40 companies of startups who are all doing very well. And in this conference also, whomever we are going to select, obviously we are going to have one more session with them on every Saturday. And based on that, if our investors they like that company and they like the founders and what they're doing, obviously this money will go into, not only the money is only 10% of the game in the startup journey. More than the money, mentoring. Most of the startups, they don't know, they think that their product is going to do very well in the local market or international market. But many of them, without knowing how the competition is going to be there, what are the other strategies that he has to take care, Without that, they just get into it, they take the money from the friends and families, get into the business. Most of them, they die in the so-called startup death valley. So that's where the concept of mentoring is required. All the startups require hand-holding and mentoring so that we can guide them. No, this is not the way. This may not work for you. Maybe you have to add this element or this component. Then only you will be successful. That's one. The other important thing is the market connects. Most of the startups, they don't have ability to connect to the markets. We will make sure that the startups selected by us are going to be connected to our ecosystem, and most of them are getting those connections, and because of that they are able to not only survive and succeed. The same model we are going to continue here. So we thought that what we noticed is the network connections is very, very important. Like I keep telling, in Sankranti festival, Pongal festival, people keep the dots initially. Then they start connecting the dots. Then afterwards they see a nice figure coming out. ISF also, if you see our tagline, connect, collaborate and celebrate. The first thing what we do, whoever comes to ISF, we connect them either to a mentor or to the investor or to a global CXO or somebody who can get them the business. I think that strategy is working so far, and also we are following 3M strategy. First M is the mentoring, second M is the money, third M is the marketing. So this 3M strategy is also working so far. So in addition to that, what I thought, why don't we bring the global CIOs of large companies. They are there in North America, Europe and all that. I was discussing with one of my friends, Manohar Reddy, who is the founder chairman for FUSI. He said, yes, Jay, I have been conducting these CIO conferences in Costa Rica and United States. Next year, we are going to bring that to Hyderabad. So next November, most probably, we will bring the global CIOs to Hyderabad, and we are planning about 100 global CIOs. In addition to Mr. Manohar Reddy's company, we are also getting the support from Stanford alumni. There is a Stanford alumni where there is a CIO group, and they are also promising me that they are going to bring the top CIOs from various parts of the globe. You know that the alumni of Stanford, they are already in very big positions. So they are all trying to get the decision makers to Hyderabad next year. So that's going to be our ISF event, and we will be selecting about 100 startups founders to attend that conference in Hyderabad, because they want to have a more bonding and networking during the conference. So that is the kind of format that we are looking at happening in Hyderabad next year in the month of November. In addition to that, we want to take our startups to Spain. In Spain also we are going to have global CIO conclave. There also we are going to invite all the decision makers to come to Spain, and also we will take all the selected startups whom we have already selected through our ISF conferences. We will get them the exposure to meet those decision makers. So we are trying to do our best. So our only objective is how our startups from India, particularly early stage startups, how they can survive, succeed and becomes a unicorn. So that is our strategy. So far we are very, very thankful to our global mentors, global ISF angels, all the ecosystem players for supporting this noble initiative. Because of your support, we are able to do all these things. So with this, I want to once again thank our distinguished guests who have come, in particular our Honorable Member of Parliament, so he's just now come. So I request all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and also the media for making this conference a grand success. Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Rameshwar Rao Garu, Director of the Engineering Staff College of India, to share his thoughts with us.
Good morning to all of you. It is my immense pleasure to be as a guest of honor of this event, and this International Startup Foundation, a global non-profitable organization, is hosting a prestigious 3-day festival at our newly constructed Century Convention Center is, in fact, is going to be inaugurated by our Honorable Chief Minister. We are expecting any time. We are very ready. As a director of this Engineering Staff College of India, it is my privilege to extend a warm welcome to all of the entrepreneurs and industry leaders and innovators and esteemed delegates who have traveled around the world to be here with us today. The theme, all of you know, already our Chaudhary sir has explained very well. This festival is the innovation entrepreneurship in the present AI era. In my opinion, innovation is the introduction of the new ideas and products or methods and improve the efficiency and solve the problem and create value in various industries. So innovation is driving growth by generating employability across the multi-sectors, including especially technology, and making and also playing a vital role in the economic development of the states and nationals. So, moreover, innovation helps address the global challenges and fostering creation of the more resilient and sustainable societies. It is influenced to extend across the industries and regions, making it a crucial driver for progress of today's interconnected world. So, in the era of AI era, the synergy between the innovation and entrepreneurship is the instrumental to propelling the economic growth and also society advancement. The entrepreneurship or the leveraging artificial intelligence to develop the groundbreaking solutions that address the complex challenges across the sectors such as healthcare, agriculture, finance, transportation, and education, touching every aspect of the human life. So this dynamic economic ecosystem promotes the creativity and competition and rapid scalability, allowing the startups to adopt the changing market demands while enhancing the operational efficiency. I am confident that these discussions and exchanging during this International Startup Festival will be explore the possibilities and challenges ahead and ultimately lead to solutions that shape our future of our industries and also society. I wish the grand success of this event. Thank you very much.
First of all, I would like to convey my congratulations to the organizers of the International Startup Festival for bringing this event here to Hyderabad. As Dr. J. Chaudhary Garu mentioned, the earlier editions that took place in Muddanhalli were very successful. Large number of early stage startups received support, mentors interacted with them, angel investors were in a position to provide term sheets to them, and I'm very confident that the same will be the outcomes here in this Hyderabad edition also. I completely concur with what J. Chaudhary Garu mentioned, that in olden days we used to speak about this value of death, how large number of startups would start but very few would eventually succeed, and a large number of them will drop out and will be forced to change their line of activity, which of course is not to be seen as a failure if your initial attempt has not worked, but if you are agile enough to pivot and get into something which is much more viable, that also is a way of life for startup enterprises. But there used to be quite a few where they would completely give up on entrepreneurial journey and get back into a regular 9-to-5 job, etc. But we have also discovered through experience over a period of time that there is lots of science and art behind supporting startups. And if we are able to do that well, the chances of startups succeeding are far more than them not succeeding. In the institutions that we have promoted, normally the typical narrative, whether it is Silicon Valley or Bangalore or anywhere else which are considered to be important startup hubs in the world today, The popular narrative is that government has very limited role in this work. It should be left to the market forces, the enthusiasm of the private sector, the network which come up organically by themselves. And the government at the best can play a role of a facilitator. But 10 years ago, when Telangana became a new state, we decided to challenge this narrative. And we felt that instead of being a facilitator or an enabler, that the government drive that ecosystem. And I still remember 10 years ago, Hyderabad was not considered to be a very vibrant or a very dynamic startup destination. There were hardly 2 or 3 innovation spaces. There were just about 50, 60 startups. But we have come a long way since then. There are 70 plus innovation spaces. The number of startups has gone up to more than 6,500, and more than the numbers, it is the quality of startup output that gives us the maximum satisfaction. And by quality of output, I don't only allude to their valuations and the amount of money they have been able to raise, but the kind of products and solutions that they have been able to bring. And we ourselves in the government use their products and solutions in at least there are 50, 60 startups who have contributed to their solution for some activity of the government which is of relevance to us. So I do hope that the Startup Festival, the ISF, will become a very important mainstream event on the national calendar, global calendar, and more than to others, it is the aspiring startups, early stage entrepreneurs, even students who are in a dilemma whether to pursue their own entrepreneurial journey or whether to take up a job, and they are not able to make up their minds. At least this will become a very good platform to understand what kind of successes happen, what are some of the success stories, how ordinary people like them have really cracked this kind of the art and science of becoming a successful startup. They will get inspiration, and hopefully all of us who are on this side of the fence, who are already well established in our own professions, etc., we will see this as our duty to give back to the ecosystem and to the startup world. So once again, I'm very happy that so many people are participating, and I convey my best wishes once again. Thank you very much.
Moving ahead, we now come to a significant moment of the event, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding. This MOU will foster collaboration and growth in the entrepreneurial space. May I now invite Mr. Srikanth, CHRO and EIR of Machani and Singularity University, Mr. Uday Fedre, Board Member of US-India Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Kavita Rajesh, Regional President, South Asia, ABWCI, Dr. Sushmita, Head of Life Sciences from Research and Innovation, Circle of Hyderabad. I would like to invite Mr. Srikanth, CHRO and EIR of Machani and Singularity University.
Good morning. Before we exchange the MOU, I'd like to introduce one of the very senior leader from Singularity University, Neil, who is visiting us. Neil, welcome. And I'll also take a minute to introduce Singularity University. Singularity University was started in year 2008. It's founded by Peter Diamandis. Peter was here in Telangana a few weeks back as a keynote speaker in the AI conference which held. And Singularity is also co-founded by Dr. Ray. Singularity is known for exponential technologies as well as exponential growth. So we are partnering with ISF on 3-4 areas. One is how do you get exponential thinking and exponential technologies into ISF ecosystem. Also, how do you get ISF, the startup accelerators and mindset. So I'll also ask Neil to say a few words, then we'll get into exchange of input. Neil, over to you.
Thank you, Sri. I am honored to be here and congratulate you all on the success of the International Startup Festival. It's wonderful to be here. My name is Neil Sogard. I'm Vice President of Strategy and Global Partnerships at Singularity University based in Silicon Valley, California. It's it's important that we're able to come and provide access to not only our world-class educational programs, but our expansive global network of experts from around the world focused on advanced and converging technologies. We're incredibly honored and excited to be here and to be signing this MOU to help bring some of our startup ecosystem experts, but also our lessons on mindsets, exponential technologies, disruption, to meld with the information and the experts here in India through some specific programs around incubators, accelerators, and we will have executive education here on campus. So it's great. We're partnered with Mashani Group to bring our educational resources to India, throughout India, but specifically in Hyderabad, we're also excited about this MOU and the aspirations to work on and explore the idea of bringing a Singularity University physical campus here locally. So thank you all for having us. I look forward to seeing what's possible.
Thank you very much and many congratulations. We would now like to invite Mr. Uday Vedre, board member of the US-India Chamber of Commerce.
Hello everyone, good morning. And I'm very grateful for Jay sir to invite me. Ours is a 501c6c organization. US-India Chamber has been promoting India-US trade relationships, bilateral trade relationships. It's based out of Dallas, and we have three offices or locations right now out of Houston and Austin. We are excited for this relationship and signing this MOU. This will promote companies from US to look into India and how they can establish and give us a platform for US companies to come here. And also we are looking to foster relationships in US, where we met recently some of the dignitaries that have come from various states of India, and especially from Telangana. Been working with Jay Ranjan sir as well. So this MOU will definitely bring some of those companies from US to look at opportunities available here. And also one of the things that we're going to be working with Jay sir is looking how we can bring the funds, because there are a lot of investors looking into India, and how we can promote that by this MOU we can look into how we can get those investors relationships and investors to come into India and support some of the startup companies or startup ecosystem in India. And at the same time, also looking for some of the startups to come and establish in US as well. So thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Ms. Kavita Rajesh, Regional President, South Asia of ABWCI.
Very good morning and thank you, Sir Jay, sir, and distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais. I take it as an honor because ABWCI is the largest virtual platform fostering women entrepreneurs across the globe. So we have 40 countries present with us with MOUs, and we would look forward to support ISF and take this forward for the global economic drive. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Kavita Garu. Next, we have Dr. Sushmita, Head of Life Sciences from the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad.
I'm Sushmita. I head the Life Sciences Vertical at Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, RICH. It's indeed an honor to represent RICH in this August platform. So RICH is started by Telangana government as part of the Innovation Ecosystem Enabler, connecting research institutes, academic institutes, and industry in three verticals, that is food and agriculture, health and life sciences, and sustainability. So Hyderabad ecosystem has rich presence of more than 30 plus research and academic institutes just in food and agriculture and life sciences. So it is indeed a place where there is excellence residing, And industry presence, of course, life sciences industries are world-class in the Hyderabad ecosystem. So it was necessary for an entity like RICH to connect industries, academia, research institutes with the startup to explore the best in the world. So with that interest, RICH came into existence, and from last 4 years, we are part of Government of India as the Hyderabad Science and Technology Cluster. So through this MOU, we extend our support to the healthcare startups and agri startups to explore the rich network that RICH has partnered with. Thank you.
And we are into the culture building of innovation right from the grassroots stage. All across Telangana, we run a flagship program called Intinta Innovator, which translates into Har Ghar Innovator. So through this flagship program from last 7 years, we have been scouting innovators who have no background in entrepreneurship, right from rural level to school level to panchayat level. And we are very happy to share that we just concluded our flagship campaign for this year, and we received 500 plus entries. Those may not be very big polished, very privileged class, but the idea, the problem they are solving is mind-blowing. So I'll request you to look at what the work we do. We'll be also happy to interact after the event. Thank you.
We have worked with multiple startups over the course of last 1 decade, where the collaboration initiatives came forward for the startups to collaborate with large companies to deliver. What we have seen as part of our experience is many of the startups, they're focusing on the technology and the solution, but they might not have all the wherewithal and the tool set that is required to explore the opportunities in the public sector. And if you look at globally, the public sector is one of the largest procurement, I would say, like in sector, in terms of both as goods and services. And as Jason sir mentioned, 60-odd startups have actually worked with the Telangana state government delivering impactful solutions. So we felt like there is a need, with our 3 decades experience and working with the government in technology space, we felt there is a need for to create such kind of an initiative, which we are calling it as iCollab, which is an accelerator, where we will be helping the startups primarily to understand the nuances of public procurement, because the public procurement goes through a certain kind of a regulation and through the bidding process and identify the right partner to deliver the solutions. So many of these kind of the regulations may not be understood by the startups. That's where we are coming in and acting as that bridge to mentor them, handhold them through our program and through our cohorts. And we are going to house 10 to 15 startups in a year to help them out to accelerate their revenue in this particular space. The startups whom we will be looking for are those startups who have the roadmap to work with public procurement systems or offer the services to public sector globally. So that's where we are coming in, and I would like to take this opportunity to introduce ourselves. And it's a physical space which we are establishing in the Innovation and Knowledge Hub in Hyderabad, which is 1 block away from the T-Hub and T-Works, and where we look forward to collaborate with the startups so that they can able to seamlessly navigate through the complex systems of public procurement. I thank everyone for giving the opportunity, specifically ISF, and ISF has given this platform to communicate, and also it's a platform which is actually bringing the startups both, and also the mature organization startups, and also the companies who will work with the public sector. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
We are honored to invite Sri Shekhar Suresh Kumar Garu.
It is an honor to be here today at this conference dedicated to the heart of Indian growth engine. Our startup, we are living in a time where the very definition of ambition, progress and success is being redefined by young entrepreneurs like yourself. Today's startups are not just creating business, they are creating opportunities, dreams and futures that is truly made in India. when we talk about our job creations in India economy, startups are no longer a small piece of puzzle. They are the puzzle. India has the youngest workforce in the world, and the potential within this demographic dividends can only be unlocked when we harness the power of entrepreneurship. Startups have this ability to generate jobs that are diverse, innovative, reflective of the digital age we live in. You are creating opportunities in sector we did not even dream of 10 years ago. Fintech, healthcare, agritech, and countless others. ISF has been instrumental in nurturing the next generation of entrepreneurs, providing mentorship, funding, platform where bold ideas can be flight. Commitment is not just to support business ideas, but to build a better India, a nation where the youth are empowered to innovate, where entrepreneurs can thrive without unnecessary obstacles, and where we all work together toward a future of economy, self-reliance, and global leadership. As we gather here today, I am filled with optimism. The startup represented in this room, they have a power to shape up the future of this country. Through your vision, creativity, and persistence, we can create a job-rich, innovative, driven India together with institutes like ISF backing your journey. I have no doubt that the Indian dreams is not just a dream anymore. It has become a truth. Thanking you, Jay Chaudhary Garki, who invited me in function.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Icon Bharat 2024 Conference, a two-day international event, bridging heritage, ancient research, and advanced technologies, organized by the Sri Maharishi Research Institute of Vedic Technology in collaboration with BrahMos, DRDO, BITS Pilani, and several other partners, was held in Hyderabad. During the event, Dr. A.B.S. Sastry, founder of Sri VT, detailed their work in digitizing ancient Vedic manuscripts and integrating ancient sciences with modern technology for societal benefits.
Om Namo Brahmadibhyo Brahma Vidya Sampradaya Namo Vamsarishibhyo Namo Mahadbhyo Gurubhyaha Asma Sri Guru Charanaravinda Bhyan Namaha Alakanandavasitam Devam Paramaguru Namaskritam Satyajnanam Satyaspuranam Dehime Janahitardhame Vacha. Pranams to everyone, and thank you, bear with us. Our organizing secretary yesterday asked me for 5 minutes in the program with the consent of organizing committee chairman. So he has presented some video. Now I would like to get your notice, kind notice that, and not only notice, its consideration and how to involve ourselves. When I was in my Gurukulam, my gurus used to say that they taught me how to understand the mantra and how to jnanato kurvita mantrat karma. They were kind enough to explain me, kind enough to taught me, and they created me one passion about this Vedic knowledge and sciences. I was at that time little bit Hetuvada. Why should I do? I used to ask my gurus, if I don't do, what will happen? If I don't do Sandhyavan, then what will happen? If I don't do Agnikarya, what will happen? Every question from my side. my Guru is kind enough to, in each and every tradition of our Bharat given by our Maharshis is very scientific, living with nature. So native and nature, the relation between native and nature is very important. The balancity between native and nature, when it disturbs, so many calamities will come. So after that, we started our journey. I started collecting so many Talapatra Granthas, ancient manuscripts from 506 ancient Oriental manuscript libraries in all over India. Physically, I have gone there. I have taken Xerox machine, scanning machine, and I have collected so many Granthas from there, and I have catalogued, digitized. At that time, only floppies available. 2-3 times all floppies were gone. Finally, now I could digitize more than 3 lakhs pages. It's not only Vedas and not only Shastras. All those Vangmaya is available even today at internet. But what my collection is mostly on these Rishuprokta Vijnanas, Rishuprokta Jnana. That is because all Maharshis authored so many technological scientific series. They have authored so many Granthas based on Vedic, because Vedas are science. It's a universal scientific manual. If we understand properly, Vedas are the scientific manual of the universe. So all these Rishiprokta Granthas are applied Vedic sciences, because Veda is Apaurushaya. Rishiproktas from Vedas they have authored for the welfare of the mankind. This is utility. So Samjnanam, Vijnanam, Prajnanam, Jnanam, Janatani. Samjnanam is Sanskara Jnana, Shodasha Karmas, and all those things, Bhagavad Gita. Vijnana is Vinimaya Jnana by Maharshis, and Prajnana is ultimate knowledge. So, with this vision and mission, we have started this institute in 99, and only base of this institute is in Sayana Bhashya. Every Veda Shabda has 6 meanings. We can call it the 6 dimensions of Veda. This is Vatyartha, Sutrartha, Lakshanartha, Vaiseshikartha, Yajnartha, and Voshadiyartha. Sayana Bhashya in his Pitika, he written very clearly that I am using Yajnartha for this era, because there is a rule that every Bhashyakara should interpret it, or Bhashya should other Bhashya at that time, based on the time and the society at that time. So Sagana has taken the Yajnartha. So the Veda Bhashyas came out. When I am searching for the Voshadiyartha, there was no Grantha available at that time, even today. Say Voshadiyartha is, Voshadhi means not only medicinal properties, it's a material properties. So Voshadiyartha is the exactly scientific meaning. Only one small Grantha I found, Mahidhara Bhashya on Voshadiyartha. Then I started, okay, if we really work on the Voshadiyartha, something we can bring out. So I started, my first project is with the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. At that time, Dr. Chidambaram has given one project to me. At that time, Dr. P. Ramchandra was the first RSC chairman. He requested Chidambaram Garu, why don't you give an opportunity to Shastri Garu? He will do something. Then I started this Voshadi Artha meaning. So this is the Dvadasakkancha. This mean is generally, it is the, what you call formula mentioned in Vaimanika Shastra. So I have taken and I have decoded, I have procured the material, and I have done the experiments because the God has given a destiny. My study at Gurukula, my main area is Agama. My at the time 16th years, I have completely studied Rasha Shastra. So all these my education qualification background given me the complete understanding to how to interpret it, how to develop the process, everything I became to know. So I have developed a process, and I have taken to the, in India, everyone calls with love, Bhishmacharya in metallurgy, Dr. Palle Ramarao. He is our partner at that time. I have approached him, sir, I have done something. He has seen my piece, solid piece. Just one question he asked me, can you supply 10,000 tons? If you supply, if you can supply. I simply said that, sir, that is not my job. My job is only proving the knowledge. Baki kam humko nahi malum. Then he suggested go to IIT Madras. At the time, M.N. Rao from Bithani, he introduced me to M.N. Rao, and also Professor B.S. Murthy at that time in IIT Madras. So likewise, started my journey, and one by one, all my projects are only based on one sloka. I developed one project. You can see all my DRDO next, I think NRB project, Naval Research Board of DRDO. So every project I started. So when the material tested at IIT Madras, they found some superior qualities, superior properties. Immediately, B.S. Murthy, he has done experiment in his lab, but surprisingly, whatever the properties came to my traditional furnace developed by that alloy, those properties haven't come matched with the modernly developed alloy. There, the interest started in scientific community. Then one by one projects we have done. This is one more project. Dr. Professor Ram Gopal Ragar is here, and this is based on the one shloka. We developed a nano zinc oxide and tin oxide from the herbal root. It's also, this is also Shastra, Rishi Prokta knowledge. Everything is Rishi Prokta. So, in this project, in earlier project, one project we have developed so many other applications. In this project, IIT Bombay, at that time, Ram Gopal Ragar was a professor there, head of the department, electrical. And we have developed, not only, we have not stopped with the material development, we have taken to the some applications also, like sensors development, piezoelectric devices development, all those applications done by students of Professor Ram Gopal Ragar. So they have very much excited, and all sensors are working at the room temperature. The first time, this is one more project. This is Kundodar Loha, that is armor alloy. We worked with the, at the time, DMRL, at the time, Dr. Madhu and Dr. Masudan Reddy were the collaborators from DMRL. We developed it surprisingly. This is a bronze alloy described in Vaimanik Shastra. It has given the strength of the alloy, hardness of the alloy. Nobody will believe. Even today, Dr. Madhu used to say, how could you get it? So more than 1,000 hardness for this alloy. It's normal copper tin bronze alloy. This is the process which were implemented, adopted by the using traditional furnaces, using traditional methods. That is the advancement. I can say this is the advanced sciences, not ancient sciences. So we have developed with different applications also. We have not stopped with the only material development. We also entered into application development. That is one of the anti-corrosion and anti-fouling ship bottom coatings with NMRL Thane and sensors with already told you IIT Mumbai using INUP facility. We have sent students and they have done 4 students, they have done PhD on our materials. In antimicrobial textiles, this is also done at DIIT Pune. So we have developed that is 2.5 centimeters inhibition area when we coated our nano copper, and it is far better than the nano gold and nano silver. They are used in the regular way. But what I have developed through this herbal way, this nano copper has given wear and tear resistance is very high, and 2.5 centimeters inhibition zone. Even after 7 recurring washes, the inhibition zone came to 0.9 centimeters. Actually, we developed this in 2011, that area. When this pandemic, it was very useful, but we could not make because all my activities limited to R&D. This is the antimicrobial fabric developed at DIIT. This is the technology. The DIIT supported us. Dr. Bala in DIIT, he has done. At the time, Dr. Prahalada was Vice Chancellor there. And one more application is stealth material. This is also ERIPR project. This is also based on Vaimanik Shastra. So whatever we developed, this material is superior than the existing materials developed by any other institute in India. Actually, the scientist, our collaborator scientist, Dr. Shrikant, ASL, requested me and advised me, suggested me, why don't you go for the Similac certification? Actually, we have to try. And this is a sensors application, as I told you, with the INUP support in IIT Bombay, the material development. And here, what we observed, that latest equipment, whatever you say, XRD, SEM, any latest equipment, this is pre-programmed softwares. There are so many elements or so many peaks we have to identify. Every project, the meaning of modern scientist purity is chemical purity. What in our level, our purity is medicinal purity. So the modern equipment is not in a position to detect some peaks. So they simply said these are the unknown peaks or impurity peaks. They don't know what are the peaks arising. So here we have to study more and more science, and we have to, because in modern materials, I asked some minerals experts. In modern science, only 2,700 minerals are there. But as per our ancient sciences, Vaimanik Shastra, there were 3,600 above minerals are there. So these difference, definitely we don't know the remaining some 900 minerals. So we have to identify, we have to give the peak for that in modern equipment. So this is the, and what we have completed so far, these are the projects. All projects are 100% successful. As we have taken for the one material, we have developed 3 to 4 materials, and in some projects applications also we developed, and whatever fund we received, we spent 100% justification for that. And now ongoing projects are, the first time ALH3 we developed for the propellant applications, and now we are working on the nano functionalings. I think my friends, DLJ colleagues are also there. Welcome. And we are working on the functional nano inks. So this is also the ongoing project. So we have developed several nano materials. Actually in IIT Madras, they used to call me Nano Shastri, because whatever they say, I used to give the nano material to them. So this is the all technologies, materials, and all those things. High corrosion, this is all possible of ancient Rasha Shastra. You may call it alchemy. I don't know, I don't have any objection. But chemistry born from alchemy only. We have to go back. This is our after all these experiments, we become to know now what EPA and UNO, what they are insisting for the eco-friendly technologies, low carbon technologies. That what we 100% we are matching with these EPA 12 principles, green chemistry and green engineering. This is our ancient Indian scientific heritage. Thanks to our ancestors. We are working biotechnology, biochemistry, nanotechnology, microbiology, and metallurgy and materials. Our main focus is time. And we have well-established labs because of Dr. Satish Reddy Garu is supporting us a lot for last 7 to 8 years, because he is the person used to say we have to safeguard our ancient knowledge and technologies, and we have to hand over it to the next generations. So it is all possible because of Dr. Satish Reddy Garu. Thank you Satish Reddy Garu. These are the facilities. Now we equipped with the latest full-fledged laboratories now, and we have also done several. We are encouraging students, college level, UG level, PG level, PhD level, and we are also offering certificate courses and local project works and all those things. So we have also reached, as I said, the UNO GCIP Global Finalist Award we received from the UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, GCIP, and invited as a speaker to Vienna Energy Forum. National Award, we received National Award, I3 National Award, and all those things. So there are some achievements we have done, we are doing also. And one more thing, now I am working on last 10 years on the Veda Bhashya with Oshadhi Artha. So far, I have collected more than 30,000 herbs data, not only herbs and material minerals also. So I am now coining the ancient language, ancient terminology to the whatever available now. Thank you. And here I would like to say, in this journey, we have proven whatever I have taken the challenge. In early days, so much of resistance. Are, who are you, Shastri? What are you talking? What is your estate name? Vedic technology. Everything I have faced. So now I reach to this stage. I request you, youngsters, seniors, scientists, professors, everyone, let us join hands. Now, is there any doubt? Is there any doubt on science and technology inherited in our ancient culture? Please, I invite anyone. I will give the answer. I will address every his doubts and every problems. But today, this need of the day, this is we have to bring out complete hidden knowledge and adapting to the modern knowledge to benefit the society. We can minimize the expenditure. We can minimize. Now everything is talking about the ozone layer depletion, pollutions, everything. Every yajna will give. I have completely worked with the ISRO. The yajna, what yajna will do. Our Dr. Rajreddy Garu also, I think today or tomorrow he is giving the impact of the yajna. And one German scientist, Ulrich Beck, he is also giving one talk. These people are working, they are all from the modern science. Now you see Dr. Rajareddy's Aharya, he became like Maharshi. So who realized the knowledge, the inner knowledge of the ancient sciences will become Maharshi. Now India needs Maharshis, not followers, only leaders. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais and distinguished personalities and delegates, press and media present here on the occasion of the International Conference on Heritage, Ancient Research and Advanced Technologies, being part of the celebrations of the Silver Jubilee of Sri Maharshi Research Institute of Vedic Technology. On behalf of the organizing committee, I am privileged to extend warm welcome to Dr. G. Satish Reddy, former scientific advisor to Raksha Mantri, former Direct Secretary DDR&D, Chairman DRDO, and patron of Icon Bharat as chief guest, and he has been constantly supporting the vision and mission of SRIVT and inspiration of this conference, and he is also patron of this Icon Bharat. I am happy to extend warm welcome to Professor V. Ram Gopal Rao, Vice Chancellor, BITS Group of Institutions, and former Director of IIT Delhi, and patron of Icon Bharat, and guest of honor for today's function. Again, I extend warm welcome to Sri M. Srinivasa Rao Garu, CEO of T-Hub, was chief guest of honor and has been supporting this Icon Bharat with all the facilities here. And sir, warm welcome to you. A warm welcome to Vedarshi, Dr. Ammanchi Balasudhakar Shastri, founder and chairman of SRIVT, whose visionary leadership and tireless efforts have helped the SRIVT to make its journey successfully to this stage, in spite of difficulties in the journey. Sir, warm welcome. A warm welcome to the chairmen of the various sessions, plenary sessions, distinguished speakers of the plenary sessions, keynote address, speakers, panel discussion, speakers, oral presentation, speakers, startup conclave. I am extremely grateful for sparing all your time and be here to share your knowledge and experiences with the young budding entrepreneurs. I extend warm welcome to all the delegates. I am sure that they are going to benefit by the deliberations of this conference. There are several questions that come up to our mind, like, is there any science in Vedas? Does the Homam or Agnihotra are simply rituals? Or is there any science that helps the environment in the surroundings? Does the knowledge on aeronautics exist in our traditional knowledge, science? To answer some such questions and bridge the gap between the heritage, ancient research and advanced technologies, the conference is planned to have talks in the plenary session, the main theme of the conference, and also in the sub-themes of the conference, with the eminent personality sharing their knowledge through the lectures. Various subtopics are there. A startup conclave is also there, to encourage the young entrepreneurs to take the traditional knowledge forward, and also a panel discussion from experts to give a direction of future. How do we bridge the gap between the traditional and modern science and technology? What direction we should take forward? So the panel discussion is likely to throw some light on that. And in the end, on the valedictory session, we'll have a resolution passed on the outcome of the 2 days program. And also there are some awards for various presentations, posters, and also some excellence awards to be announced from Sri Maharshi Research Institute of Vedic Technology. I wish a fruitful deliberation between the experts and the delegates of this theme and find a way to make the society benefit from our scientific knowledge. With this, I thank you all once again.
I now invite the dignitaries on the dais to light the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. This is a symbolic movement that signifies the dispelling of darkness and igniting of thought and enlightenment.
उद्दीप्यस्वजातवेदोपघ्नन्निररतिं मम पशुगश्च मह्यमावह जीवनञ्च दिशो दिश मानो हि गुंसीज्जातवेदो गामश्वं पुरुषं जगत् अबिभ्रदग्न आगहि श्रियामः परिपातजाम् दोर्भिर्युक्ता चतुर्भिः स्फटिकमणिमयीमक्षमालां दधाना हस्तेनैकेन पद्मं सितमपि च शुकं पुस्तकं चापरेण भासा कुन्देन्दुशङ्खस्फटिकमणिनिभा भासमाना समाना सा मे वाग्देवतेयं निवसतु वदने सर्वदा सुप्रसन्ना अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननमहर्निशम् अनेकदन्तं भक्तानामेकदन्तमुपास्महे गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुर्गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परं ब्रह्म तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः।
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रामृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिर्देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती सरस्वती भगवती निशेषजाड्यापहा।
I thank all the dignitaries on the dais. May the light of lamp guide us all towards wisdom and understanding. I now request Fanikumar Madireddy Garu to introduce our beloved host and founder, Shriviti Dr. ABS Shastri Garu.
Good morning, distinguished guests, delegates, and friends. I stand before you today to honor a remarkable individual, a visionary who dedicated his life to preserving and promoting ancient wisdom. Mr. ABS Shastri's unwavering passion and groundbreaking work has left an incredible mark on our world. The tribute video we are about to watch showcases the extraordinary journey of this extraordinary man. From his early days in a Vedic Gurukulam to his groundbreaking research and innovations, this video captures the essence of his life and legacy. Let us go through the tribute video, a testament to the life and times of a truly exceptional individual. Thank you.
The inspiring journey of Dr. ABS Sastry. The life of ABS Sastry is a remarkable testament to the enduring power of tradition and the unwavering spirit of the human mind. Born in the heart of India, where ancient wisdom whispers through the ages, Sastry's journey began in a Vedic Gurukulam, a traditional school where the rhythmic chants of mantras filled the air. It was there, amidst the sacred texts and the guidance of his revered guru, that Sastry's curiosity ignited, setting him on a path that would forever shape his life and inspire generations to come. A quest for knowledge. Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, Sastry embarked on a quest to unravel the mysteries of the Vedas, the ancient Hindu scriptures. He delved into the works of great scholars, seeking answers to his burning questions. However, as he delved deeper, he encountered a formidable challenge: how to interpret these ancient texts written in a language that had evolved over millennia. The Vedas, a treasure trove of knowledge about the cosmos, human life, and spirituality, were written in Sanskrit, a language that had undergone significant transformations over time. Decoding the past. Sastry's dedication to understanding the Vedas led him to master the complexities of Sanskrit, the language of the gods. He spent countless hours studying ancient grammar texts, learning to decipher the intricate nuances of the language. The power of interpretation. Sastry's deep understanding of Sanskrit enabled him to interpret the ancient texts with accuracy and depth. He unearthed hidden meanings and insights, bringing the wisdom of the Vedas to life for a new generation. A modern approach. Sastry's approach to studying the Vedas was unique in its combination of traditional knowledge and modern scholarship. He utilized modern research methodologies while remaining deeply rooted in the ancient traditions. Preserving the heritage. Sastry's journey led him to the depths of India's manuscript libraries, where he spent countless hours poring over ancient palm leaf manuscripts. These manuscripts, fragile and often damaged, held within them centuries of accumulated wisdom. The text covered a wide range of subjects, from philosophy and religion to astronomy and medicine, reflecting the vast knowledge of ancient India. Digitization. Sastry recognized the importance of preserving these precious manuscripts for future generations. He spearheaded the digitization of these invaluable treasures, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would be accessible to anyone with an internet connection. This groundbreaking effort made ancient Indian knowledge available to a wider audience than ever before. Translation. To make the knowledge contained in the manuscripts accessible to a broader audience, Sastry also worked on translating them into modern languages. He meticulously translated the ancient texts, ensuring that their meaning and nuances were faithfully preserved. Sharing the legacy. Sastry's dedication to preserving and promoting India's cultural heritage earned him widespread recognition. He became a leading figure in the field of Indology, his contributions to the study of ancient Indian knowledge lauded by scholars and researchers worldwide. A beacon of inspiration. Through his tireless efforts, Mr. ABS Sastry became a beacon of hope for those seeking to reconnect with their cultural heritage. His story is a testament to the enduring power of tradition and the unwavering spirit of the human mind. It is a tale that inspires us to cherish our roots, to explore the depths of our heritage, and to use that knowledge to create a better future for ourselves and generations to come. Preserving the past. Sastri's dedication to preserving ancient manuscripts ensured that the wisdom of the past would be available for future generations to learn from. Innovating the present. Sastri's research on traditional materials led to the development of sustainable solutions for contemporary challenges. Inspiring the future. Sastri's legacy continues to inspire people to explore their cultural heritage and use their knowledge to make a positive impact on the world. The legacy of Mr. Sastry. Mr. ABS Sastri's contributions to the preservation and promotion of India's ancient heritage are immeasurable. He has left behind a legacy that continues to inspire generations of scholars, researchers, and individuals alike. His work serves as a reminder of the enduring power of tradition, the importance of cultural preservation, and the potential of ancient wisdom to address modern challenges. The importance of cultural heritage. Mr. Sastri's journey highlights the critical importance of cultural heritage. It is not merely about preserving ancient texts and artifacts. It is about understanding the values, beliefs, and knowledge that have shaped our societies for centuries. Our cultural heritage provides us with a sense of identity, connects us to our past, and inspires us to create a better future. Cultural identity. Understanding our cultural heritage helps us understand who we are and where we come from. It provides a sense of belonging and purpose. Shared values. Cultural heritage is a repository of shared values and beliefs that guide our actions and interactions with others. It promotes understanding and tolerance. Innovation and creativity. Our cultural heritage is a source of inspiration for creativity and innovation. It provides us with a framework for understanding the world and developing new ideas. A vision for the future. Mr. Sastri's legacy inspires us to embrace our cultural heritage, to explore its depths, and to apply its wisdom to create a better future. By understanding and preserving our past, we can build a brighter future for ourselves and generations to come. May Sastri's journey serve as a reminder of the enduring power of tradition and the unwavering spirit of the human mind. Education. Investing in education about cultural heritage is crucial. It helps individuals understand and appreciate their cultural roots and fosters a sense of pride in their heritage. Research. Continued research on ancient knowledge is essential to unlock its potential for addressing modern challenges and creating sustainable solutions. Community engagement. Engaging communities in the preservation and promotion of cultural heritage is essential. It fosters a sense of ownership and responsibility for safeguarding our shared legacy. Imagine harnessing the power of nanotechnology to create revolutionary materials with extraordinary properties. Dr. Sastri's work has made this a reality, with applications spanning from medicine to electronics. His innovations in superalloys have the potential to transform industries, from aerospace to automotive, by creating stronger, lighter, and more durable materials. He has also established the Sri Maharshi Research Institute of Vedic Technologies, a hub for research and innovation that seeks to bridge the gap between ancient wisdom and modern science. His exceptional achievements have been recognized with prestigious awards. These accolades are a testament to his unwavering commitment to preserving and promoting ancient wisdom.
I now invite the man himself, Dr. ABS Shastri Garu, our host for the event and founder chairman, Sriviti, to share his journey, his vision and determination that has led to this wonderful institution, Sriviti, and traveled this long for 25 years.
Om Namo Brahmadibhyo Brahma Vidya Sampradaya. नमो वंशऋषिभ्यो नमो महद्भ्यो गुरुभ्यः अस्मत्श्रीगुरुचरणारविन्दाभ्यां नमः। अलकानन्दवासितं देवं परमगुरुनमस्कृतं सत्यज्ञानं सत्यस्फुरणं देहि मे जनहितार्थमेव च। Pranams to everyone and thank you. Bear with us. Our organizing secretary yesterday asked me for 5 minutes in the program with the consent of organizing committee chairman. So he has presented some video about me. Thank you for bear with me. And now I would like to get your notice, kind notice that, and not only notice, it's consideration and how to involve ourselves, the richest. A small idea. When I was in my Gurukulam, my gurus used to say that they taught me how to understand the mantra and how to jnanato kurvita mantrat karma. They were kind enough to explain me. This one. Kind enough to taught me, and they created me one passion about this Vedic knowledge and sciences. I was at that time little bit Hetuvada. Why should I do? I used to ask my gurus, if I don't do, what will happen? If I don't do Sandhyavan, then what will happen? If I don't do Agnikarya, what will happen? Every question from my side, my guru is kind enough to, in each and every tradition of our Bharat, given by our Maharshis, is very scientific, living with nature. So, native and nature, the relation between native and nature is very important. The balancity between native and nature, when it disturbs, so many calamities will come. So, after that, we started our journey. I started collecting so many Talapatra Grandhas, ancient manuscripts from 506 ancient Oriental manuscript libraries in all over India. Physically, I have gone there. I have taken Xerox machine, scanning machine, and I have collected so many Granthas from there, and I have catalogued, digitized. At that time, only floppies available. 2-3 times all floppies were gone. Finally, now I could digitize more than 3 lakhs pages. It's not only Vedas and not only Shastras. All those Vangmaya is available even today at internet. But what my collection is mostly on these Rishuprokta Vijnanas, Rishuprokta Jnana. That is because all Maharshis authored so many technological scientific series. They have authored so many Granthas based on Vedic, because Vedas are science, is a universal scientific manual. If we understand properly, Vedas are the scientific manual of the universe. So, all these Rishiprokta Granthas are applied Vedic sciences, because Veda is Apurshaya, Rishuproktas from Vedas they have authored for the welfare of the mankind. This is utility. So, Samjnanam, Vijnanam, Prajnanam, Jnanam, Janatani. Samjnanam is Sanskara Jnana, Shodasha Karmas, and all those things, Bhagavad Gita. Vijnana is Vinimaya Jnana by Maharshis, and Prajnana is ultimate knowledge. So, with this vision and mission, we have started this institute in 99, and only base of this institute is in Sayana Bhashya. Every Veda Shabda has 6 meanings. We can call it the 6 dimensions of Veda. This is Vatyartha, Sutrartha, Lakshanartha, Vaiseshikartha, Yajnartha, and Voshadiyartha. Sayana Bhashya in his Pitika, he written very clearly that I am using Yajnartha for this era because there is a rule that every Bhashyakara should interpret it or Bhashya should other Bhashya at that time based on the time and the society at that time. So Sagana has taken the Yajnartha. So the Veda Bhashyas came out. When I am searching for the Voshadiyartha, there was no Grantha available at that time, even today. Say Voshadiyartha is, Voshadhi means not only medicinal properties, it's the material properties. So Voshadiyartha is the exactly scientific meaning. Only one small Grantha I found Mahidhara Bhashya on Voshadiyartha. Then I started, okay, if we really work on the Voshadiyartha, something we can bring out. So I started my first project is with the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. At that time, Dr. Chidambaram has given one project to me. At the time, Dr. P. Ramchandra was the first RSC chairman. He requested Chidambaram Garu, why don't you give an opportunity to Shastri Garu? He will do something. Then I started this Voshadiyartha meaning. So this is the Dvadasatkancha. This mean is generally, it is the, what you call formula mentioned in Vaimanika Shastra. So I have taken and I have decoded, I have procured the material and I have done the experiments because the God has given a destiny. My study at Gurukula, my main area is Agama. At the time, 16th years, I have completely studied Rasha Shastra. So all these my education, qualification background given me the complete understanding to how to interpret it, how to develop the process, everything I became to know. So I have developed a process and I have taken to the, in India, everyone calls with love, Bhishmacharya in metallurgy, Dr. Palle Ramarao. He is our patron at that time. I have approached him, sir, I have done something. He has seen my piece, solid piece. Just one question he asked me, can you supply 10,000 tons? If you can supply. I simply said that, sir, that is not my job. My job is only proving the knowledge. Baki kam humko nahi malum. Then he suggested go to IIT Madras. At the time, M.N. Rao from Bithani, he introduced me to M.N. Rao and also Professor B.S. Murthy at that time in IIT Madras. So likewise, started my journey and one by one, all my projects are only Based on one sloka, I developed one project. You can see all my DRDO next. This is, I think, NRB project, Naval Research Board of DRDO. So every project I started. So when the material tested at IIT Madras, they found some superior qualities, superior properties. Immediately, B.S. Murthy, he has done experiment in his lab with modern furnace. But surprisingly, whatever the properties came to my traditional furnace developed by that alloy, those properties haven't come matched with the modernly developed alloy. There, the interest started in scientific community. Then one by one projects we have done. This is one more project. Dr. Professor Ram Gopal Ragar is here. And this is based on the one shloka. We developed a nano zinc oxide and tin oxide from the herbal root. It's also, this is also Shastra, Rishiprokta knowledge. Everything is Rishiprokta. So, in this project, in earlier project, one project we have developed so many other applications. In this project, IIT Bombay, at that time, Ram Gopal Ragar was a professor there, head of the department, electrical. And we have developed, not only, we have not stopped with the material development, we have taken to the some applications also, like sensors development, piezoelectric devices development, all those applications done by students of Professor Ram Gopal Ragar. So they have very much excited, and all sensors are working at the room temperature. The first time in this. This is one more project. This is Kundodar Loha, that is armor alloy. We worked with the, at the time, DMRL. At the time, Dr. Madhu and Dr. Masudan Reddy were the collaborators from DMRL. We developed it. Surprisingly, this is a bronze alloy described in Vaimanik Shastra. It has given the strength of the alloy, hardness of the alloy. Nobody will believe. Even today, Dr. Madhu used to say, how could you get it? So more than 1,000 hardness for this alloy. It's normal copper, tin, bronze alloy. This is the process which were implemented, adopted by the using traditional furnaces, using traditional methods. That is the advancement. I can say this is the advanced sciences, not ancient sciences. So we have developed with different applications also. We have not stopped with the only material development. We also entered into application development. That is one of the anti-corrosion and anti-fouling ship bottom coatings with NMRL Thane, and sensors with already told you IIT Mumbai using INUP facility. We have sent students, and they have done 4 students. They have done PhD on our materials. And antimicrobial textiles. This is also done at DIIT Pune. So we have developed that is 2.5 centimeters inhibition area when we coated our nano copper, and it is far better than the nano gold and nano silver. They are used in the regular way. But what I have developed through this herbal way, this nano copper has given wear and tear resistance is very high, and 2.5 centimeters inhibition zone. Even after 7 recurring washes, the inhibition zone came to 0.9 centimeters. Actually, we developed this in 2011, that area. When this pandemic, it was very useful, but we could not make because all my activities limited to R&D. This is the antimicrobial fabric developed at DIIT. This is the technology. The DIIT supported us. The Dr. Bala in DIIT, he has done. At the time, Dr. Prahalada was Vice Chancellor there. And one more application is stealth material. This is also ERIPR project. This is also based on Vaimanika Shastra. So whatever we developed, this material is superior than the existing materials developed by any other institute in India. Actually, the scientist, our collaborative scientist, Dr. Shrikant, ASL, requested me and advised me, suggested me, why don't you go for the Similac certification? Actually, we have to try. And this is a sensors application, as I told you, with the INUP support in IIT Bombay, the material development. And here, what we observed, that latest equipment, whatever you say, XORD, SEM, any latest equipment, this is pre-programmed softwares. There are so many elements or so many peaks we have to identify. Every project, the meaning of modern scientist purity is chemical purity. What in our level, our purity is medicinal purity. So the modern equipment is not in a position to detect some peaks. So they simply said these are the unknown peaks or impurity peaks. They don't know what are the peaks arising. So here we have to study more and more science, and we have to, because in modern materials, I asked some minerals experts. In modern science, only 2,700 minerals are there. But as per our ancient sciences, Vaimanika Shastra, there were 3,600 above minerals are there. So these difference, definitely we don't know the remaining some 900 minerals. So we have to identify, we have to give the peak for that in modern equipment. So this is and what we have completed so far. These are the projects. All projects are 100% successful. As we have taken for the one material, we have developed 3 to 4 materials, and in some projects applications also we developed, and whatever fund we received, we spent 100% justification for that. And now ongoing projects are, the first time ALH3 we developed for the propellant applications, and now we are working on the nano functionalings. I think my friends, DLJ colleagues are also there. Welcome. And we are working on the functional nano inks. So this is also the ongoing project. So we have developed several nano materials. Actually in IIT Madras, they used to call me Nano Shastri, because whatever they say, I used to give the nano material to them. So this is the all technologies, materials, and all those things. High corrosion, this is all possible of ancient Rasha Shastra. You may call it alchemy, I don't know, I don't have any objection. But chemistry born from alchemy only. We have to go back. This is our all, after all these experiments, we become to know now what EPA and UNO, what they are insisting for the eco-friendly technologies, low carbon technologies, that what we 100% we are matching with these EPA 12 principles, green chemistry and green engineering. This is our ancient Indian scientific heritage. Thanks to our ancestors. And we are working biotechnology, biochemistry, nanotechnology, microbiology, and metallurgy and materials. Our main focus is thing. And we have well-established labs because of Dr. Satish Reddy Garu is supporting us a lot for last 7 to 8 years, because he is the person used to say we have to safeguard our ancient knowledge and technologies and we have to hand over it to the next generations. So it is all possible because of Dr. Satish Reddy Garu. Thank you Satish Reddy Garu. These are the facilities. Now we equipped with the latest full-fledged laboratories now. And we have also done several, we are encouraging students, college level, UG level, PG level, PhD level, and we are also offering certificate courses and local project works and all those things. So we have also reached, as I said, the UNO GCIP Global Finalist Award we received from the UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, GCIP, and invited as a speaker to Vienna Energy Forum. National Award, we received National Award, I3 National Award, and all those things. So there are some achievements we have done, we are doing also. And one more thing, now I am working on last 10 years on the Veda Bhashya with Oshadhi Artha. So far I have collected more than 30,000 herbs data, not only herbs and material minerals also. So I am now coining the ancient language, ancient terminology to the whatever available now. Thank you. And here I would like to say, in this journey we have proven whatever I have taken the challenge. In early days, so much of resistance. Are, who are you, Shastri? What are you talking? What is your estate name? Vedic technology. Everything I have faced. So now I reach to this stage. I request you, youngsters, seniors, scientists, professors, everyone, let us join hands. Now, is there any doubt? Is there any doubt on science and technology inherited in our ancient culture? Please, I invite anyone. I will give the answer. I will give I will address every his doubts and every problems. But today, this need of the day, this is we have to bring out complete hidden knowledge and adapting to the modern knowledge to benefit the society. We can minimize the expenditure. We can minimize, now everything is talking about the ozone layer depletion, pollutions, everything. Every yajna will give. I have completely worked with the ISRO, the yajna, what yajna will do. Our Dr. Rajareddy Garu also, I think today or tomorrow he is giving the impact of the yajna. And one German scientist, Ulrich Beck, he is also giving one talk. These people are working, they are all from the modern science. Now you see Dr. Rajareddy's Aharya, he became like Maharshi. So, who realized the knowledge, the inner knowledge of the ancient sciences will become Maharshi. Now, India needs Maharshis, not followers, only leaders. We are already collaborated with so many institutions, and I would like to invite from UG level to senior scientist level. Please register, please scan this code, and whoever interested to join hands, and I am ready to take this knowledge to everyone. Please scan and register your name. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Professor V. Ramgopal Rao Garu, Vice Chancellor BITS Group, to release the English version of ebook Ancient Aeronautics. I now invite Shri M. Srinivasa Rao Garu, CEO T-Hub, to release the special issue journal.
Dr. Ravi Prakash Arya ji, he is the chief editor of Vedic Sciences. When we planning how to publish our articles in the international magazine, so we searched for, is there any magazine on Vedic Sciences? Then Ravi Prakash Arya already is running a magazine on Vedic Sciences. This is all our articles. It's a special edition of Vedic Sciences Journal. All articles published in this book. So thank you, Ravi Prakash ji.
I now invite Dr. Satish Reddy Garu, former chairman DRDO, to release the abstract book and inaugurate the souvenir.
And this is souvenir.
I invite Professor V. Ramgopal Rao Garu to address the gathering.
Good morning to all of you. Shastri Garu, Dr. Satish Reddy, Dr. M.S. Rao and P.G. Rao, and of course so many dignitaries here. Very happy to be here. In fact, when I was at IIT Bombay as a professor in the electrical department there, one day Dr. B.S. Murthy, who is currently the director of IIT Hyderabad, so he brought Dr. Shastri Garu to me in Bombay, and then he said, he has developed these materials and we don't know what's happening and where they can be used, and this is the process that is used and all of that. So I did not know anything about Vedic sciences or anything like that. But I am more of my research involves, more of applications. And so when I saw the materials he was working on, I got interested. But then, being a scientist myself, I wouldn't trust something unless I do things and on my own and verify what one is saying. And then because there was a lot of chemistry, the process he was following it involved multiple steps and all of that. And then I called the people from chemistry department, the faculty from chemistry department. We had half a day brainstorming session to understand what he is doing, why is he doing all those, why is he following all those process steps and all of that. I think what my chemistry colleagues at IIT Bombay told me was, in a modern lab, you use all modern techniques and use many of these materials in their synthetic form. And what he was doing was using ancient techniques, using the same materials in the pure form. For example, he would use curd, imli and all of that. Now you don't use curd, imli and all of it to produce nanomaterials. You use the synthetic variants of that. So they finally figured out that the process basically involved use of these materials in their purest form, and then finally coming up with the kind of materials that he was able to produce. And that interested me. And I was also puzzled why so many, hundreds of years ago, those people, without any access to the modern techniques, how could they evolve these processes? what must have gone in their mind, to mix these materials and to follow the process. So being a scientist myself, I was fascinated by, whatever that was happening. And then we got interested. I was chairing a committee in Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology in India, in the Government of India. Then we wrote a proposal, and then we got funding, and he would develop the materials and my students will use them for various applications. And then we were able to publish many good papers. In fact, some of these are in top journals, and the papers would easily get accepted because nobody had done anything like that. So whatever you publish, whatever you say, eventually gets published. So in fact, those students who worked on his materials, now they're all, so one of them is in London, one is in the US, and they're all doing very well in their careers. So that's how my journey with him began, and it was very fascinating what he is doing. In fact, what he was doing at that time and what he is doing right now. And now I know Dr. Satish Reddy as the chairman DRDO. So he was able to get some DRDO labs interested and develop these materials for a variety of strategic applications. And I think you have seen Dr. Shastri's presentation. It's amazing kind of a work. Coming from a totally modern kind of a background, I get fascinated by whatever is happening, but I think we need more Shastris, so we need more people like him to bridge the ancient science with the modern science. I personally haven't found anyone other than that. He is the only one who is able to bridge that gap. And I meet many people, they talk out of thin air, and then you don't really get excited by that. And we have, of course, a lot of modern scientists, but they have no idea what was there in those books and what was written and how to decipher all of that knowledge. There is nothing that you can do. But he is the only one who is able to bridge that the modern with the ancient thing. And I think maybe through SRIVT he needs to do more. I think we need to probably get some degree granting status, and we need to have a lot of people to get trained in some of these processes. And I think at least in BITS Pilani, I will be quite keen to collaborate with him and then see what kind of courses we can offer, because we can offer degrees from BITS Pilani, and we can even offer certificates and diplomas. And since we have that status, and since he is somebody who is very unique in that respect, can we design some courses, make them available to large cross section of people, so that more and more people will be able to use this knowledge and do something useful for the society today. And I think I will be quite keen to take some of these aspects forward. And science is one thing where who is saying what doesn't matter. Even Einstein 100 years ago predicted gravitational waves. Nobody took him seriously, right? Until they were proven, the gravitational waves were proven just about 5-6 years ago. There were no Nobel Prizes or nothing. Now the Nobel Prize was given to gravitational waves, not to Einstein who predicted them, but to people who actually proved that gravitational waves exist. Now gravitational waves is a tool to explore the space and all of that. And that's how science works. In science, whether it is Shastri or Einstein, doesn't matter what they are saying. Until it is proven, it just remains as theory. But I think we need more practitioners of science now to prove the kind of theories that Dr. Shastri has been able to discover in all those texts. And I think it has to become a big national movement. My only worry is all these politicians talk about it and say many things, but finally when it comes to funding these projects, when it comes to providing the financial support, I haven't seen many of them coming forward and doing anything, and I think that's the biggest concern. So I think some of us who are involved in this work, who appreciate what he is doing, I think we need to join hands, and BITS for one will definitely do that. Dr. Mohan Rao is here. He, of course, CCMB former director and very well-known scientist, and he is now with BITS Pilani system. And I think if we can write some joint proposals, organize some courses, and all of that will be nice. Even Dr. Satish Reddy now is also connected with BITS Pilani. We just started a Center for Research Excellence in for National Security, and which he will be helping us build that whole activity. And I see so many materials here which are important from the national security point of view in terms of developing new missile systems, new bulletproof shields, and all of that. And if we can also use these materials and jointly develop some projects and all of that, that will also be nice. I think for one, would continue this collaboration and would want to bring out some of these, for the use of the country. Thank you very much. Thanks.
I now invite Dr. Shri M. Srinivas Rao Garu, CEO T-Hub, to share a few words with us.
Good morning. Namaskaram. Shastri Garu, Dr. Ram Gopal Rao Garu, Dr. Satish Reddy Garu, Dr. P.G. Rao Garu. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I met Shastri Garu about 4 or 5 weeks back, and let me put it this way, he's one of the few people you meet in life, even if you have met only once, he will leave you with a lasting impression. Right? Sir, the work you have done in terms of being able to reconcile traditional knowledge with scientific methods and fighting, and when you spend time explaining the challenges you had, the skepticism, the doubts which you had to overcome, my heartfelt pranams to you for the work you've done. I think today, we are in a time where there is a lot of interest in ancient Indian science. Some of it has been, influenced by this nationalist narrative which is building up. And unfortunately, what happens is that many of the advances which were done at that time with respect to either aviation or materials or stem cell research, etc. Somehow I think there is a little bit of skepticism and ridicule, because I think the challenge has always been about how do you reconcile this and go through the, like Professor Ram Gopal Rao Garu said, how do you essentially be able to validate this with modern scientific methods? So the work you are doing, I think, is truly amazing, right? So I think from that standpoint, I think, when we think about it, who gave the world zero? Who gave the world zero? Right? From up here, right? And so many, and when you think about the iron pillar in Delhi, right? Why is it not rusted? So obviously there was a lot of science. I think the challenge we have had as a country is we have not learned how to codify this. Okay, a lot of it is oral history. We have not been able to capture it. And the work you are doing in going back into the Vedas and Shastras and actually finding out what was there and figuring out how that can be reconciled, kudos to you. So from our standpoint at T-Hub, sir, when you said you wanted to do this event, I said we have one interesting startup here. Kushal, if you can just start up. Kushal is one of our young entrepreneurs at T-Hub. He's doing some very interesting work in the area of spiritual tech, right? And essentially all of you are now familiar with this concept called AI. And he's now trying to see how he can build large language models to kind of predict the future, right? So I've spent time with him, and thank you for your support to him and all that. So from our end, sir, I would like to reassure you, please keep up the good work which you are doing, and whatever we can do to support, right? When you have people like Dr. Satish Reddy Garu and Dr. Ram Gopal Rao behind you, there is nothing which can stop an idea whose time has come. So best wishes to you, to SRVIT, and please be assured from all support from our end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Satish Reddy Garu, former chairman DRDO, to share a few words with us.
Namaskar. Shri Sudhakar Shastri Garu, the man behind Srivit, Professor Ram Gopal Ragaru, the Vice Chancellor BITS Pilani and the former Director of IIT Delhi, CEO of T-Hub, Sri M.S. Rao, Sri Aryaji, eminent personalities who are present here, Professor Mohan Rao, Professor Murali Krishna, and professors from various IITs, IIT Tirupati, IIT Hyderabad, and all other institutes, and the delegates who are attending this from various institutes in the country. Once again, namaskar to all of you. At the outset, let me congratulate Sri Sudhakar Shastri Garu for the journey of this 25 years, which has gone through with tremendous amount of dedication, sincerity, facing a lot of hardships, struggles, up and downs, many things, and then has come to a shape today and is looking back at 25 years of his journey and where we are today. I think we all should appreciate and give a big hand to Shastri Garu. The struggle of 25 years of him, I think we can say that today it has come to this shape by looking at so many people who have attended on this Icon Bharat, basically a theme of bridging bringing the synergy between the ancient sciences and technology and the modern technologies. So the people have shown a lot of interest. That means there is a lot of confidence which has come in the ancient sciences and technologies also. Otherwise, I think a conference with the Vedic sciences and ancient science and technologies getting such a great response will not be so easy. I think over this 25 years, out of the lot of research outcomes what Srivit has gone through and generated enthusiasm in the people and also probably definitely some amount of confidence in the scientists in the country, researchers in the country, that we should definitely look into this aspect also very seriously. I wish Srivit and Shastri Garu to come out with great outcomes, great research outputs, and see that the country flourishes in a big way, and the vision of Srivit making India a Vishwaguru will be a reality through this research outcome. I always say that for any country, it has to be prosperous and Atmanirbhar or self-reliant. Two things are very, very important. Firstly, the country should be self-sufficient in the area of materials. That's one thing first I feel. And second, it has to be having the technologies, the most advanced or innovative technologies in manufacturing. Materials and manufacturing, these two are very, very important for any country. And our country, we are still yet to become completely self-reliant in the areas of materials for various reasons. We have worked a lot, we have been working a lot and trying to make many materials in the country what are required here with our own processes and having production facilities and all that. even in the area of defense. And today, a lot of things have been developed. The special steels which are required for the maritime applications, the ships, are the very special steels which are required to withstand the very high level of pressures for the submarines, have been developed here in the country. And all the ships which are built in the country, all the submarines which are built in the country are using the steels which are developed here in the country and which are being produced by various, whether it is SAIL or other application, other production facilities in the country. When INS Vikrant, the aircraft carrier, is built first time in the country indigenously by Cochin Shipyard, almost about 80% of the content of that aircraft carrier is indigenous materials are used, primarily because of the materials which are developed here in this country. So that's how we've gone through the process. Lots of various organizations have come in the country, various industries have come here in the country, working on various alloys, aluminum alloys and other things, and rare earths and all those things possible. Particularly in the city of Hyderabad, with various organizations being present here working on that. One being DMRL, Defense Materials Research Laboratory, then Methani, NFTDC, and NFC, and some more organizations connected to Department of Atomic Energy and Space working in this area. Hyderabad has been one of the centers responsible for developing the materials. But still, with all this, there are lots of gaps. One is the country not having enough natural resources, and also the not having developed processes which are very efficient to be competitive in the global market. We are still working on it and struggling on this in a big way. I remember the former Honorable Raksha Mantri, Sri Manohar Parrikarji, who himself was a metallurgist from IIT Mumbai, where Professor Ram Gopal Rao also has worked. He has been showing a lot of interest in this area. And then in the year 2015, he formed a committee how this country can become self-sufficient, self-reliant in the area of materials, particularly in the strategic materials, with none other than the great material scientist Professor Baldev Raj as chairman, and a national committee having people from all organizations who have been working on that and has been formed. The committee worked for almost a year, gone through various things and how the country can progress in this area, and none other than Manohar Parrikarji himself took hours and hours of reviews from this committee and generated a materials policy for this country, how we can move ahead in this. That is going through various changes, whatnot and all that, and the government is considering it very seriously to take it forward, what to do and all that is one of the important aspects. Look at one of the aspects of it is rare earths. Till today, the complete rare earths related are the permanent magnets. 80% to 90% we import from our, mostly from our northern friend. And today we talk about drones today here in the country. And almost all the motors or the permanent magnets what are required in that, we still get from outside. And we are not getting, we're not able to get through the processes, whether to process through the sand which is available in the east coast or various other things, to produce the rare earths at a lower cost than from the outside. In fact, as government has considered very seriously how to cracked this, and then in some departments a policy has come where even if indigenous material is costlier by about 20%, go with the indigenous material than with the material which is coming from outside to support the industries here. And that's how multiple industries have come here in the country in various even titanium and other related activities also in the country. Even when we are talking about today, today the world is changing in a big way in the energy sector, and the EVs have come in a big way, and most of these energy storage systems, whatever we are trying to use, anodes, cathodes or other things, we are still importing. This is one issue today. And second problem in this is also in the materials development today. Right from the thought process or concept today what you have, to develop a material and go through the whole process and get into the production stage and certifying that material, it's anything, it takes about between 12 to 15 years of time. There's a long gestation period, what is required in this, which again makes it difficult for someone to invest that much amount of funding, money and energies and wait for this, and what happens after 15 years is also. That's why it is limited to primarily this type of a specific special materials, limited to only government institutions today with the government funding. But in the last few years, probably for last decade, there have been a lot of sport in the activities, lots of organizations, a lot of laboratories of ISRO, atomic energy, leaving aside the DRDO, CSIR institutes which have come up and trying to produce many materials in the country. So at this juncture, when we look at it, a research utilizing our Vedic knowledge, Vedic sciences, where we definitely here, we all at our very top level, not an in-depth study or a research like people like Dr. Shastri Garu, but we all know that there are certain well-proven technologies which were there and which people have used are in the Vedic sciences. One is materials, and some of the technologies like techniques like cryptology, cryptography related things and all that have been very much there and very much useful to us, sort of a thing. And so the research which Srivit has carried out has come out with various materials, proven materials, proves as a testimony in this area. Over this 25 years, Srivit has worked, we have seen also, with various organizations in the country who have been working in the materials, who need materials, whether it is the office of the PSA, or DRDO, or CSIR, or ISRO and atomic energy. Multiple projects have been taken up and the results have come very successfully. In fact, when I look at it, I am not a material scientist at all. But when we look at it, what is it? So I want, let's say, one particular material, let's say 10 micron size or lower than 10 micron size or oval shaped nano copper materials or whatever it is, or any type of particles what are required. So you define the problem, this is what I require, and give it to Shastri Garu or whoever it is also, and you go through the process, and the outcome of that, when the materials come, test the materials size, shape and material properties are matching exactly what I have the requirement. That is sufficient for me. And the process should be, if the process is much more efficient than the process what has been followed in the modern science, whether it is the time or cost or it is green. If these three are there in that, which are much better than the existing processes and processes which are followed in the other laboratories, that is a boon for us. That is what the country looks at it. So that's how some of the projects in DRDO has been given to Srivit, whether it is the HUMRL laboratory which works on the propulsion systems, or the advanced missile laboratories here in Hyderabad, or the stealth related activities which are being carried out at Defense Labs Jodhpur, or some of the naval science laboratories. I am talking about only with respect to the DRDO as what I have seen through during my period at DRDO. The projects which have been given, which actually through the processes of ancient science and technology Shastri Garu has gone through and delivered the end product. Immaterial of, we didn't understand also because that is a different plane. What you are trying to do here, how you are processing it, you can't expect him to do the same processes and same things and then come out with a material like this. Is not that. So he has gone through his own processes which are in a completely different level, and the material has been supplied, material has been gone through testing, and material has been found, and few cages of these materials, as this is only a prototype producing laboratory what he has got at particularly in a town like Guntur, and producing it. So we expect only about a few cages of it. And then he also mentioned, Professor Ramarao said, you can give me 10,000 tons, that is not my job, that is an industry job which industry has to take it up and do it. And that's how produced, and actually laboratories have accepted. So this is where the next step is required. So we have to bring in the industry. We have to bring in industry collaborates with Srivit. And industry definitely should find that it is economically viable for them. It is actually marketing wise and producibility wise it is viable. And then there is a market available for it. And you bring in them, you should be able to produce this in large number. And that is how actually this particular technology gets its own visibility, viability, and also acceptance among various people in the country is what it is required. Let it be 1, 2, 3, 4, need not be some tens of materials of it, 3, 4, 5 materials out of it, producing with this, and able to come out with the barriers what we have today, as what I said, whether the extraction processes, we are able to extract. Let's say, as I said, the rare earth is available in a very, very, very small quantity, like what is available in the stones of Rajasthan, and we are able to extract it with a process, and the process cost is so low that we are able to compete with China, and that is sufficient for us and what is required. Or similarly, the East Coast sand or many other materials. I am just taking rare earths as most popular material which we imported, so I have taken up talk about any other materials and all that. We are able to produce, and industry is able to produce, and we are able to make the government and make the officers in the government accept that this is a thing where we need to support, and then we are going to have bulk orders, and then it takes off and it goes ahead. That is where I think we need to work out. So what I request both Shastri Garu and the research community here is identify the areas, identify the materials, and then work on it. Yes, the support is there, and we need to work out various mechanisms to convince people that need to support this type of a technologies in a big way. And I am sure that with so many people coming here and then coming out, we should be able to support, gather support slowly in a big way, and try to see that the technologies are matured, more and more, and researchers get involved into it, and much more infrastructure is created, and come out with multiple materials, if not large number, and produce them. And I can definitely see that a lot of academic institutes also now today have shown interest into it and getting into it. And we just heard Professor Ram Gopal Rao, the Vice Chancellor of BITS, that the BITS is interested into getting into this and working together and coming out with technologies which are from heritage, what are there. And you all, I think, know, IIT Hyderabad has got a Department of Heritage Sciences. So there is growing interest in the country in this, and so there will be more researchers coming into this area and coming out with outcomes which can make this country flourish. The requirement is not to protect or come out with that our Vedas are great and this, that and all that. I am not saying about it. It may be one of the need, or some people have interest in and all that. That is good. That is a separate issue. I am looking at use these Vedic sciences, understand that, come out with processes in such a way that this country is able to produce those materials which are required for various applications in the country, and we don't have to import, and the country becomes self-reliant, and country after that we are able to supply to the world with Indian science-based technologies-based materials to the world, and making the world green, clean, and we are supplying at a lower cost, and which makes the country very prosperous by being self-reliant and also exporting it in a big way. That is what is the outcome which I am looking at, and probably definitely the country is looking at. What is the vision of Honorable Prime Minister? Honorable Prime Minister is looking at self-reliant India and Viksit Bharat and make for the world. These are the calls given by the highest office of the country. And so these are for making the country flourish in that. As I said right in the beginning, materials and manufacturing are the most important things in this. And I am sure with this Icon Bharat, we'll be able to bring in energy between the ancient sciences and technology with the modern sciences. And you will be able to deliberate in the next 2 days on this subject by subject in depth and come out with specific outcomes and specific recommendations, and we will submit it to the government and try to convince the government to take forward the recommendations of this Icon Bharat and see that we will be able to come out with outcomes making the country self-reliant in this area. My best wishes for the conference, and my best wishes to Shastri Garu and everyone, and best wishes to Srivet. Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Shri Maharshi Scientific Excellence Awards aims to recognize and celebrate exceptional contributions to scientific research and innovation by honoring individuals who push the boundaries of knowledge and demonstrate outstanding creativity and rigor in their work. The awards seek to inspire and promote excellence in scientific community. These awards also highlight the importance of scientific advancement in addressing global challenges and driving progress across various fields. Through this recognition, the institution hopes to foster a culture of excellence and encourage future generations of scientists to pursue groundbreaking discoveries. Dr. G. Satish Reddy Garu is prominent Indian aerospace scientist renowned for his contributions to missile and defense technology. He served as the chairman of the Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, from 2018 to 2022, and currently chairs the governing body of Aeronautical Development Agency. Additionally, Sir is a scientific advisor to Raksha Mantri, Minister of Defense, India. Born in Maluru, Atmakur, Nellore district, Andhra Pradesh, he earned his bachelor's district in Electronics and Communication from Jawahar Nehru Technology University, JNTU, Anantapur, and went on to obtain an MS and PhD from JNTU, Hyderabad. Sir began his career as the Defense Research and Development Laboratory, DRDL, Hyderabad in 1986, and later made significant contributions at the Research Center Imarat, RCI. He was instrumental in developing various advanced missile and defense systems, including India's anti-satellite missile, ASAT, and Mission Shakti, and the scientific advisor to the Defense Ministry in 2015. He became the DRDO chairman in 2018, where he oversaw major projects like the Ballistic Missile Defense, BMD, NAG, QRSAM, and anti-radiation missiles. A fellow of the Royal Aeronautical Society, London, he has received numerous accolades, including the AIAA Missile System Awards, National System Gold Medal, and Homi J. Baba Gold Medal, among others, for his significant contributions to India's defense capabilities and technology development. Sir, your esteemed presence has indeed glorified our event. I request Dr. ABS Shastri Garu to present Shri Maharshi Scientific Excellence Award to Dr. Satish Garu. I request other dignitaries on the dais to be a part of this honor. Professor V. Ram Gopal Rao Garu is currently the Group Vice Chancellor for the Birla Institute of Technology and Science, BITS Pilani campuses, located in Pilani, Hyderabad, Goa, Dubai, and Mumbai. Prior to joining BITS Group in 2023, he has served as a director of IIT Delhi for 6 years during 2016 to 2021 and as a chair professor for nanoelectronics at both IIT Mumbai and IIT Delhi. He is internationally acclaimed nanoelectronics research with over 500 research papers and over 50 patents, which include 20 issued US patents. 15 of his patents have been licensed to industries for commercialization. The IP on the CMOS SoC applications developed in his group is now used in hundreds of millions of ICs sold all over the world. Sir is a co-founder of 2 deep technology startups at IIT Bombay, NanoSniff and SoilSense, which have successful commercial products in the market. Besides his education and research activities, he is also well known for establishing major nanoelectronic programs in India. For his research accomplishments, Sir has been elected a Fellow of IEEE, a Fellow of the World Academy of Sciences, TWAS, and the Indian National Academy of Engineering, INAE, the Indian Academy of Sciences, IASE, the National Academy of Sciences, NASI, and the Indian National Science Academy, INSA. 52 PhD students have graduated so far under his supervision and are working in leading academic institutions, semiconductor industries all over the world, including India. Sir's research and leadership contributions have been recognized with over 35 awards and honors in the country and abroad. He is a recipient of 3 honorary doctorates. The recognitions Sir has received include Shanti Swaroop Bhatnagar Prize in Engineering Sciences, Infosys Prize, IEEE EDS Education Award, and many others. Sir serves on the editorial advisory boards of several leading international journals such as the ACS Nanoletters, AIP Applied Physics Reviews, IEEE Journal on the Flexible Electronics, etc. He has delivered over 200 plenary, keynote, and invited lectures all over the world. Beside his regular teaching and research activities at IIT Delhi, Professor Ram Gopal Rao Garu serves as the chairman for multiple communities at the national level related to education, research, and innovation programs in India. He is currently the chairperson, Council of Management, BOG, for the Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research, JNCASR in Bangalore, and chairperson, Board of Governors for the National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, NIFTEM in Haryana, 2 premier institutions of Government of India. I now request Dr. ABS Shastri Garu to present Shri Maharshi Scientific Excellence Award to Professor V. Ram Gopal Rao Garu. I request other dignitaries on the dais to join Sir.
Smrte sakala kalyana bhajanam yatra jayate Purushastamajan nityam vrajami sharanam harim Sarvada sarvakaryeshu nasti tesha Yesha mindivarashyamo hridayastho janardanaha Tadeva lagnam sudinam tadeva tara balam chandra balam tadeva Vidya balam daiva balam tadeva Lakshmi patete nghriyugam smarami Navo navo bhavati jayamanonha anketurushasa metyagre Bhagam devebhyo vidadhatyajan prachandrama astirati dirghamayuhu.
డాక్టర్ శ్రీ వేదర్షి ఆమంచి బాలసుధాకర్ శాస్త్రి గారు, డాక్టర్ సతీష్ రెడ్డి గారు, డాక్టర్ రామ్ గోపాలరావు గారు, డాక్టర్ ఎంఎస్ రావు గారు, ప్రొఫెసర్ ఆర్య గారు, distinguished audience. It is a celebration of Silver Jubilee, Rajatotsavam of Srivit. Not only that, recently Vedarshi Amanchi Balasudhakar Shastri garu had completed 60 years. So it is also a august occasion for us to see this prosperity and also way forward in a befitting manner. And he has the blessings of Shakti, both in terms of Jnana Shakti, Vidya Shakti, and Kriya Shakti. With all these submissions, Saraswati Samrajyam, founded by Padma Shri Ayyanki Venkatramanaya Garu, is World Federation of Wisdom. On behalf of it, I have great privilege to congratulate him and honor him on this occasion. Thank you. I request Satish Reddy Garu, Ram Gopal Rao Garu, Srinivas Rao Garu to facilitate him.
त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनं दुर्गां देवीं शरणमहं प्रपद्ये निरेधि घृतं पीत्वा मधुचारुगव्यं.
To deliver the vote of thanks and convey our appreciation, I now invite ARB Karthik Garu, Executive Director of Arshadhatu Green Nanotechnologies India Private Limited, onto the dais.
A very warm welcome to all distinguished, eminent speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a wonderful day until now. As we bring this momentous inaugural function of Icon Bharat to a close, it is with a profound gratitude and immense pleasure that I stand before you to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all who have played a pivotal role in making this event a resounding success. First and foremost, I express my heartfelt gratitude to distinguished guests of the day, our chief guest, Dr. G. Satish Reddy Garu, former advisor to Defense Minister and former chairman, DRDO, for taking his precious time, making it to this event. Thank you very much, sir. And Professor V. Ram Gopal Rao Garu, Vice Chancellor of BITS Group of Institutions, for his time. Shri MSR Garu, CEO of T-Hub. Your gracious presence and insightful suggestions have significantly enriched our understanding and have set a high benchmark for the future of Sanatana and Sanutana sciences. A special acknowledgement goes to Dr. ABS Shastri Garu, the founder and chairman of SRIVT. His relentless dedication, meticulous organization, and visionary leadership have been crucial in transforming an ambitious vision into a remarkable achievement. His commitment has laid the foundation for this outstanding event. It's a privilege to host such distinguished speakers who have achieved notable success in the domain of ancient sciences through their pioneering academic and applied research. We are eagerly anticipating the stimulating lectures and deliberations that are sure to enrich our conference experience. My heart swells with pride and joy to witness the enthusiastic participation of the younger generation. Your keen interest and presence here today are truly inspiring. I am confident that the knowledge and insights you gain from this conference will not only enhance your understanding, but will also empower you to share this wisdom with others, thereby fostering a greater appreciation for the ancient sciences and technologies of Bharat. A heartfelt thank you is also due to the team at T-Hub Hyderabad for providing an exquisite venue that aptly complements the grandeur of our theme. Your support has been invaluable, sir. Our gratitude extends to our sponsors and partners. Your generous support and unwavering commitment have been crucial in bringing this conference to fruition. We deeply appreciate your belief in the significance of our theme and your substantial contributions. We're also grateful to the media representatives who have joined us on this journey in the rich tapestry of ancient Indian technologies. Your efforts in disseminating our message to a broader audience will undoubtedly benefit society at large. Your engagement and enthusiasm are vital to the success of such conferences, and we look forward to your continued support. Lastly, but by no means least, a profound thank you to all volunteers and behind the scene contributors. Your hard work, dedication, and meticulous attention to detail have ensured the seamless execution of today's conference. This event would have not been possible without your invaluable efforts. As we transition into the main conference days, let us carry forward the inspiration and knowledge gained today. May our discussions and deliberations over the next 2 days continue to shed the light on the profound legacy of ancient Indian technologies and how we can leverage that in answering some of the profound questions that we have today. Thank you once again to everyone who has been part of this inaugural function. We look forward to a conference filled with enlightenment and success. See you.
What you see, it's a horn. What you see is a flame. Shrunga means a horn in the context of cattle. But when you talk about Chatvari Shrunga Trayo Askapadaha, there the context is actually the flame. But when you take the Visheshartha, here the Chatvari Shrunga is nothing but Shrunga also stands for Veda. So when our Balasudhakara Shastri was talking about how to interpret the Veda, it is very simple to say this. But once Ramagopal Rao wants to introduce a course on this, it has to be codified. How do you do this? Do you do this by intuition or do you do this by trial and error method? How exactly are you going to derive on this particular topic? And Mantra Shastra says the same thing about something. And Agni, the way the word is generated, there are 12 types of derivative meanings which are given in the Nirukta Shastra. So which one are you going to take? And how are they applicable to the current context? So that contextual interpretation and references, this is where we are going to make much of the progress with the deployment of the right technology and right designation. And next one is the commercial potential of these Swadharma services. They are immense and it runs into billions of dollars because we always talk about the Christian donations that are flowing into this country. But actually we don't realize the power of the economy which is based on the dharmic section, the religious activities of, because most of them have some sort of religious association or some dharmic roots. So if we just leverage on these things, it would always be profitable because we are in the startup country right now and there will be multiple options available. And there is very little competition. That's the key point here. So how do we start? If you need a simple service, you don't know who is an authentic person, who is an authorized, perfectly trained person, you don't know whom to ask, whom to call. So that's one thing. So the list of authorized, qualified persons, so providing the directory is the first stage. So we can say that if you want to run a temple, you say that, okay, Archaka, one who does the puja, Pachaka, who actually prepares the food. And the third one is managers who will manage those enterprises, and the staff, the teachers for your schools, especially the Veda Pathashalas, Archaka training programs, and the caretakers. These are all some of the important aspects. And the next one is, if you need many articles in the society and in the metros especially, it's very difficult to get all the materials that are required for that particular event. So therefore, the supplies of these materials as a kit, that would be a wonderful, some sort of say Amazon kit or something. The e-commerce potential is definitely there. whereby even the practitioners would also get. And the second one is the ERP solutions that are required for various organizations to thrive. How many are available? We have got just one or two which are also not fully meeting the requirements. So this is something we can have the how to found an institution, how to found a temple, how to found an organization, and how to construct a building, and what are the running operations, what are the assets that are maintained, and how are the accumulations happening, and how do we manage the staff. So this is one aspect. The next one would be the CRM. That's even more important. You have got several devotees who are being the contributors, the founding members. They are hardly acknowledged by these services. So the continuous engagement, that is a business proposition that can be extended to this area as well. The next one is the video technology that we have that can live translate or transcribe the texts. If you have the beautiful talks on various aspects, especially regarding the dharma, we don't have an effective technology to provide the transcription services. So the Kacha version, the abstract version is provided by YouTube, but that does not cover everything. So there some innovation can be definitely made. The next one is the webinars. We have got the TV channels leading most of the efforts in conducting several debates. So the webinars that could be telecast from various stakeholders by having meaningful debates. And the next one is even more important, that is defining the standards. The materials that you are using for various pujas, they don't have a specific standard. And most of you might have heard about the sandal powder that is available in the market. Is there at least a gram of sandalwood in that? No, just the color. And the sindoor that is available in the market, that is actually oxidized lead powder, which is highly carcinogenic. And most of the Hanuman devotees, they said, okay, you have to apply out on this thing. And we don't know the after effects of it. And there is no standards that are actually defined. So therefore, the definition of material sciences, especially in taking each of these products and giving the minimum standards of each of them, would be very much required. The next one is standardizing the services that are available, and the last one would be the recommendation for users. The certification from manufacturers such as BIS, FSSA. Similarly, for all the dharmic products, we can have such as the Arshadhatu or some other Bharjiviti. Okay, we have analyzed these products and they conform to the standards given by the Shastras, and they are safe. All humans can use them for topical use or something. So such sort of certification would be very much required. And the certifications for the service providers is also very much required, so that we have a minimum standard. And the next one is the application of AI for simply 3 things. If you have a question, okay, we can answer these questions by getting the networked institutions and various scholars who are catering to that particular question. We can have the information which is summed up on a particular page. And if you need any service, okay, we can provide that. And if you need any material or kit for any of these events, that can be provided. So that the technology groups and the scientific research groups can put their thoughts together and give something which is relevant to the society in the dharmic sphere. And I urge all of you to think broad, think big, and think biz, but make it affordable for everyone. That's all. Thank you.
I would like to request our Session Chair Ram Gopal Rao Garu to felicitate Ganapati Garu. We'll move to our next topic, which is Roadmap to Bridge Gap between Sanatana and Sunutana by our Dr. ABS Sastry Garu. It's a great privilege to introduce a visionary in the realms of Vedic scholarship and modern science, Dr. Ramanchi Balasudhakar Sastry Garu, founder and director Sri VT. Dr. Sastry Garu is a distinguished Vedic scholar renowned for his profound expertise in Nadi Jyotisha and his remarkable contributions to translating Sanskrit text and validating ancient scripts. Sri Datta Lalitambika Mandir and Director of MS Ashidatu Green Nanotechnologies, a global leader in sustainable manufacture of nanomaterials. Through his pioneering work, Dr. Sastry Garu continues to inspire the scientific community and revolutionize the landscape of material science and technology. Please join me in welcoming Dr. ABS Sastry Garu, whose contributions to both ancient wisdom and modern science are nothing short of extraordinary. Please, sir, welcome.
Everyone says, if you see the Yashodhara quotation, how the ancient sciences were well defined and well executed. So, whatever I learned from experts or my gurus, I confirm by experimentation only that I have included in this book. Whatever could not be confirmed has not been included by book. That is the commitment, and how they have done the science and experiments and how they authored the books. So this is authoritative of Indian science and technology. No need to say so many times, as we have already proven the science and technology inherited in our ancient knowledge. So everyone, the concept that the entire universe is like a single coin with two domains. Everyone should understand that there is no difference between materialism and spiritualism. Both are same, interdependable, interconnectable, two sides of the single coin. Where science ends, there spirituality starts. So we have to deeply understand that first you know what is what. Spiritual is an inner sense. Every scientist, their lab, research, everything comes from your inner side, not from your outer mind. So this is what we call as spiritualism. You have that energy. That energy, it can't be visible, but that energy is we can call it spiritualism. So then materialism, rely on physical reality. All your ideas, when it became to some shape, we call it physical or some material or some component or whatever it is. It is visible. So, as per Vedas, there is no confusion. They divided into two domains, that is matter and energy. Even modern scientists also agree with this. This is Padartha. Padartha is Stavara and Jangama, movable and immovable. And energy will be in two forms, that is Jyotir Brahma and Shabda Brahma. This is light waves and sound waves. Other than this, if something is there, please let me know. Definitely this is my observation. Other than this, nothing is in the universe. What is the curriculum in ancient India? Now we are saying some subjects. In so many universities are teaching so many subjects. Now, surprisingly, each subject divided into specialized subjects. Chemistry divided into so many subjects. Physics divided into so many subjects. But in ancient India, the Samhitas are 10, the master courses, and Shastrani, Dvatrimsati, 32 Shastras are there, and Kalas, that is practices, 64 Kalas are there, and Vidyasthanani, 96, Shannavati, that is 96 Vidyasthanani are there. This is the broad spectrum of education was in the ancient Gurukulas. More than 6 lakhs Gurukulas were in India, Bharat, before 8 centuries back. So we have to know about ourselves. Here, metallurgy, how to interpret it, Dr. Vamshi Krishna Ghanapati, now he said about the interpretation of Veda. There are two ways. We are working Arsha Vijnana. This is Arsha Vijnana for this subject. There is no Vyakarana, nothing is there. Complete technical terminology, how to prepare a material or how to prepare a component. So the interpretation of this Arsha Vijnana is only based on the identifying certain materials, certain herbs, certain minerals, whatever it is. Then process development. The MO method of these process methods, how to build up. So Mayura Griva Sankasham. Here I have to say this one word. Already all these years when I was doing this research, everything in what they have said, I have a thought, and when I have seen the Vishnumurti photo at my house in the puja room, suddenly I got idea that Vishnumurti is blue color. In Rasha Shastra, every material has again synonyms. Every synonyms, again there are God's names, what we are devoting now. So Vishnumurti is copper sulfate. Neelavarna. So Arka, Samudra is there, Kshira Samudra. Kshira in Rasha Shastra, Kshira bole to yeki meaning, that is Arka Kshira. Arka Kshira. Arka means what you call Jilledu. Kalau. Yes. So in Rasha Shastra, anywhere in Ayurveda, if they mention Kshira, that is only Arka Kshira. So Arka Kshira, Kshira Samudra, Arka Kshira, Mahavishnu, copper sulfate, Naga, Adisesha is, Naga means lead carbonate, and Lakshmi is serving. Lakshmi is Manishila. This is gold formula for your information. This is gold formula. How our Maharshis visualize, how they have given Rupadhyana Ratnavali. Everything is science. We have to put our mind, we have to involve in the science. Everything they have given is a treasure of trove. So we have to understand this shloka, Mayura Griva Sankasha. I think some senior fellows may know Professor Dongre from BHU. That's why Professor Dongre, I heard about him, I read about him, about his works. He prepared one yantra also, that is based on Vaimanika Shastra. And he wrote somewhere to become to know this meaning of Mayura Griva. He spent almost few years. I wrote his, but I don't know, after some time, when I was Mayura Griva, immediately I got some thought, what Vamsi is saying, this is not possible by learning. Intuition is also very essential, and Guru Anugraha is also essential. Mayura Griva is nothing but copper sulfate. Immediately within I have tried copper sulfate and I got this. This is the nano copper formula. If you read this shloka, you cannot understand that this is a formula of nano copper. But this is only interpretation. This nano copper, just you see the testing results. Even any nano material will get oxidized at certain temperatures. But you see, my nano copper, what I prepared, even some degree, you see the very individual particles of nanomaterial, that is TEMIMACE, and you see the purity, that is SEMIMACE, 100 complete CU, no other peaks, and sizes you see as per PSA around 10 nanometers. And surprisingly, when we have tested it AFM, even 800 degrees centigrade, the nano size retained at 45 only. That is the beauty, that is the greatness of using nanomaterials. Why I am saying all this? This is one more. When modern scientists doing nanomaterials, this is what their limitations and how costly and what is the my process, a CVT process. You can see the comparative table. This is not scalable in modern labs, but I used to actually how it is happened, I don't know, that is nano copper. Professor B.S. Murthy, when he came to my institute, I'm drying copper material on the newspaper in the sunlight. He came, he saw, he get interested. Said, this copper is very fine, like flowing. Can I have taken 2 grams? Murthy Garu, you take all 2 kgs. I don't know, I will prepare again. He has taken some 50 grams, 100 grams. After 3 days, at that time, we both are Nishacharas. At that time, 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, he called me. Shastri Garu, this is nano copper. What we are struggling for a long time, because copper is nature. Copper nature is immediately get oxidation. So how you are drying in the sunlight, no oxidation is there, no agglomeration is there. So that is the just one more thing. Just I would like to share with the scientific authentication of our processes. That's all. And the simple. This is simple. Plant extract, copper sulfate, and nano copper. Single step process for the nano copper. Only single step. Why I am using, this is our single step process, 0 carbon, economical by 1/10, energy efficient by 1 by 1000, long life. I have here, we have displayed our nanomaterials. Actually, nano copper I made 7 years back, nanomaterials. Recently checked for extraordinary purposes. All nanomaterials, I have not using any special conditions, just bottle and cup. But still, recently we have conducted extraordinary, the same results are coming. So that is the beauty. And one more thing I would like to say, there is a lot of development in modern sciences, number of technology. But I would like to say here, I would not say, suggesting science and technology should reach our necessities, but science and technology should not create necessities. What I would like to say. Always when we are growing science and technology, we are creating more and more, inventing more and more, everything is more and more. So will it be useful to us or not? So you can see all technologies were well authored in our ancient sciences. You can see some I have given. I have collected more than 400 technological series, and I have The gist of all technological series also I prepared. So integration of ancient Indian sciences and modern Indian sciences. Only I request, science has no boundaries. So scientists should not have any boundaries. I request modern scientists, please accept. If it is correct, encourage. If it is not correct, try to correct them. Everything is not possible because this science is not well documented. Because as Vamshi said, it should not go to the misusers. That's why they all kept in a language. And all these technologies are now what globe is seeing for sustainable technologies. All are this is awareness and advocacy, resource allocation and support, policy and leadership. These are the main things now this research should require. Otherwise, what will happen? A one man or one institute cannot achieve so many things. For each shloka interpretation, I used to take minimum 6 months because I have to interpret it, I have to identify, I have to procure, I have to make trial and error and all those things. So these a roadmap. First of all, we have to join hands. Only one science is there. Don't deviate. And this ancient science and modern science, I believe from today onwards, we have to call it only one science. That is one science and one globe. All these sciences are in timely introduced by so many people, so many branches of sciences. But science is common. This is the literature today, activity flow, process flow chart, process experiments, characterization, modern adaptability and engineering, optimization, scale up, application sets, publication patterns, tool design, and commercialization. If we take it forward, definitely there will be no boundaries between, compound walls between Vedic sciences and modern sciences. So here, role of academia I have given. So academic institutions are all institutions come forward to how just Ram Gopal Rao is suggesting me. Definitely we will plan one certificate course like that academia and R&D institutes where some problems are there. Definitely we are here to address. We have to completely, this is nation interest. We have to think only interest of nation, not personal. And industrial sector, commercializing as morning Satish Reddy said, how to commercialize all these technologies. And expected outcomes are like this, because this is the enhanced innovation, global competitiveness, sustainable development, and economic growth. These are interdependable. So cultural preservation, holistic education, healthcare advancements, and strengthen the national identity. This is the very important point. This is our identity. So we have to safeguard. You are all the next generation, future Indian soldiers. So integrated network framework for science and technology, seamless integration for universal recognition. These are the important points we have to go. And elevating the status of Indian knowledge systems, coordination, interconnectivity, and strategic platforms. So due to time problem, I'm just closing my speech. A national mission for what a suggestion, what government has to do. Government has started one national mission for science and ancient science and technology. A national NRF, National Research Fund is there. They have to give inclusion of national education policy. Actually, 2020 NEP is very similar to these ideas. public-private partnerships. Everything cannot be done by government. So individual institutes, everyone come forward. Thank you. Thank you for being with me.
Thank you, Sastri Garu, for your valuable speech. I would like to request our session chair, Ramropal Rao Garu, to present the memento and shawl to Sastri Garu. Now we'll be moving to our last session, or else the next session, Ancient Indian Vahana Shastra by Dr. Ravi Prakash Arya Garu. It's my great honor to introduce a distinct scholar and an eminent leader in Vedic studies. Dr. Arya Garu, he has many accolades. He has received a testament to his deep commitment to the promotion and education of Vedic knowledge. His scholarly excellence has been recognized with prestigious awards, including the University Medal from Punjab University. Dr. Arya Garu's work bridges the ancient and the contemporary, making Vedic wisdom relevant and accessible to the modern world. His leadership at Maharshi Dayananda University and his contribution to the Bodh community have established him a guiding light in the field of Vedic studies. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ravi Prakash Arya Garu, a scholar whose dedication to Vedic sciences continues to inspire and elevate the field.
We have three types of technology in Vedic system. First one is known as mantrika, second one is known as tantrika, and third one is known as a kritaka or yantrika. The mind that we have, it's a greatest tool with us. Either develop your mind to aid yourself, or apply your mind and develop material technology to aid yourself. So when a seer or a yogi is going to develop his own mind without going into material things, then the mantric technology develops at that stage. Because if you will study Yoga Darshan, we will find so many mentions. A yogi is able to, sitting at one place, he can go anywhere in the universe. He can check out anything. So that is the Adhyatmika science, and engineering is the yoga engineering at the level of Samprajjata Samadhi. Similarly, this Tantrika technology is there. Tantrika is also based upon the development of mind, but here the mind is not developed to the level of that Samprajjata level. There is another level of samadhi that is known as Samprajjata level of samadhi. At that level, a yogi, he attains certain divine powers, and those divine powers he can use. He can physically go anywhere in the universe without going through mind, and that technology is known as tantric. And yantric or a kritika one that we are using today, we apply our mind, and to the material thing we develop material aids. So this type of technology was there. So mantric technique, I have given certain examples. I have already told you tantric techniques, certain examples are there. This in Yoga Darshan you will find divinehood will be developed, divine vision, divine audition, divine olfaction, divine skin sensation. Television will replace with divine vision, or telephone will replace by telepathy. Different mode of transport such as air, marine and surface will have their substitutes in divine powers of Utakranti, Jalasanga, Pankasanga. Utkranti means going in the air, Jalasanga walking on the waters, Pankasang walking on the muddy water. So this type of Akash, Gaman, etc. So this type of things with the divine powers a yogi can have. So this mantric technology is the subjective one. It cannot be transferred to any person. Only a yogi who has attained these powers, he can utilize it. But and similar thing is with the tantric technology. But yantric technology, it can be used as a commodity. It can be shared. It can be transferred. It can be commercialized. So there is a sanskar process of engineering there. Certain things have changed here. I have given definition of technology as per different shastras. I am not going to indulge in it. Then engineering was the technical skill undertaken by Samrangana Sutradhar. In Samrangana Sutradhar, Raja Bhoj, King Bhoj, he says that this old technique, he is talking about this yantrik technology, and he says parampariyam kaushalam saupadesham shastrabhyaso vastu karmodyami dhi samagriyam nirmala yashasu asmis chitranyeva vetti yantrani karatum. And he further says yantranam ghatna nokta guptyaratham najyata vashat. In Samrangana Sutradhar, there is a 30th chapter in Yantra Adhyay, that is known as Yantra Adhyay. He mentions there the Vimanas, many Yantras, and he says their technology is there with me. I am not revealing that technology, because that technology, if I will reveal, the patent of certain families, because in ancient India, there were no these multinational companies, big industrial houses were not there. Even the technology, knowledge system, whatever it was there, or Ayurveda, it used to be, practiced by certain families. So it was the family tradition. They used, certain families, they were working with the shipping industry, certain families, they were working with the Vimanas, certain families, they working in Ayurveda, astrology. So this type of system was there. That is why King Bhoj says that I am not revealing all those technologies, Guptyaratham, so that their copyright may not be disturbed. So now I am coming to that vehicle part, ancient vehicles. As I told, mantrika, tantrika and yantrika. Mantrik, tantric is very much clear. Now I'll come to the yantric level of vehicles. In Rigveda itself, there is a mention of Vimana, Vahana, and those Vimanas could be used in the air, on waters, as well as on the land. So, three types of vehicles they have used. And the mode of transport, as I told, in Bhrigu Samhita also he says, Jal nokaiva yanam shad bhumi yanam ratham smritam akashi agni yanam vyom yanam tadaivacha. He says, whatever vehicles they ply on the road, they are known as a rath or a yana. The vehicles that float on the water, they are known as nauka, and the vehicles they fly in the sky, they are known as Agniyana, and the vehicles that go in space, spaceships, they were known as Vyomayana. So three types of this transportation was there. Surface transport, so far the word Rath is there. Mostly the people think that Rath is this chariot drawn by horses. This is not meant in the Vedas. Rath, Nirukta, one of the Vedic scholar Yaska, he defines Ratha and he says Ratho Ranghater Gati Karmanaha. That the Ratha means that which moves on the land. So every vehicle, whether it is car today or train, whatever it is there, it is a Ratha. And the horse that were to be used to the chariot, they were not these horses, but the horsepower meant by that. Similarly, the air transport, I have already told that this three types of things. Tripura Viman mention is there. One vehicle, it used to go in the sky, it used to swim on the waters, it used to run on the road itself. Similarly, the space transport, I have already mentioned. And in Mahabharata, there is a description, science of aeronautics remained developed to its advanced stage until Mahabharata period. According to the description available in Drona Parva, Vimanas were shaped like a sphere or could move along a great speed on a mighty wind generated by Mercury. It says that Viman moved like a UFO, going up, down, backwards, forwards, as pilot desired. Similarly, the definition of Viman has been given everywhere. In Vrihad Vimana Shastra, Vaimanika Prakaran, it has been given V plus man. the machine that behaves like a bird in the sky, that is known as Viman. So, different other scholars, scientists, ancient scientists, they have also given this definition. Almost it is the same one. Then these yantrik Kritik Vimanas, they were of 25 types. Kritik Vimanas are described of 25 types, which were named after their form, capacity, nature of the operation. Some of them may be mentioned as Tripura, which was capable of moving equal, and Shakun, Rukma, Saundra. This type of 25 types of Vimanas have been mentioned. Airports have also been, we find the description of airports in India. Indra's city of Amravati, we find a description of airport where Vimanas were properly stationed and used to land and take off in a similar manner as we see today in our busy airports. This is in Mahabharata. And the meaning I have given that verse. And having beheld the celestial gardens resounding with celestial music, and strong armed son of Pandu entered the favorite city of Indra. In addition, he beheld their Divya Vimanas, spaceships by thousands, capable of going everywhere at will, stationed in proper places, and he shot tens of thousands of such vehicles as moving in every direction. Similarly, I have already mentioned that in Yukti Kalpataru also it has been mentioned that Vyomayanam Vimanam va Purvamasid Mahibhujam. The ancient people, they used to go in the space also, and we have a certain historical reference in Mahabharata also that King Kakudmi and his daughter Revati, they went into the space, and after staying over there for a certain period, when they came back on the earth, they found that on the earth 1,000 years have passed, and their friends, they were no longer existing on the space. Then he married his daughter Revati to Balram. So while you enter into the different universes, the period will go fast, the time will pass very fast. So this has also been there. Parachutes for floating in the sky. In Mahabharata tells us that Shalav air-raided Dwarka. Krishna cut the airplane, namely Shaubh, by his Sudarshan Chakra. Shaubh then fell down, burning. Nevertheless, Shalva remained floating in the sky. This is the situation just like the modern day parachutes. Solar powered Rash Yantras, mercury engine, were used to operate aeroplanes. This has been described in Samrangana Sutradhar of King Bhoj. He says, Laghu Darumayam Maha Vihangamam Dridha Susrishta Tanu Vidhayatasya Udare Rash Yantramadadhit Jwalanadharam Adhuvasya Chati Puranam. So this Rasa Yantra, the mention of Rasa Yantra is there in Ayurveda, in Rasa Shastra. The Rasa means mercury. Nothing has been meant by Rasa. So the mercury operated engine powered by solar rays, it was used in the ancient period. And this has also been mentioned at other places in Samrangana. Sutradhar also is talking about a hovercraft and how it goes in the sky, that this has been mentioned by Bhoj. Tatra rudha purushastasya pakshadvandvo chalanat prodjitena anilena supta swantah paradasya shaktah chitram kurvanambare yati duram. He clearly mentions that these were the mercury operated engines. Similarly, in Brihadavimana Shastra also, there are at many places they have mentioned about the solar power used for operation of aeroplanes, and it has been said that Vimanasya upari Surya Shakti Akarshana Panjaram. So Surya Shakti Akarshana Panjar or some Surya Kanta Mani type of words have been used, and this is just like some photovoltaic cells wrapped around the aeroplane just to catch that solar power and operate those aeroplanes. Similarly, in Samarangana Sutradhar, a very big sized aeroplane has also been mentioned, and it was also operated by mercury engine. Some eco-friendly jet engines have also been mentioned. Mantra-powered aircraft simulation was also there. Kamagamam Yanam. At the thought itself, it used to be operated, just like the mantra-operated weapons were there in ancient India. So similar situation is there in Ravana's Viman, similar to modern jetpack, 1200-year-old Viman photo in Ellora caves. Sitting capacity in Vimanas 200 to 1000, speed, and evidence of ancient astronauts in India. This is there in this temple, 7th century, 8th century temple. Marine transport, it was very famous system in ancient India. Marines, they were these vessels, they were known as nauka. Marine transport, a vessel with 100 propellers. It used to be operated by 100 propellers or paddles. The mention we find in Rig Veda. The commercial shipping was also there. The same mention we find in the Rig Veda. The warships have also been mentioned in Mahabharata. We find in Ramayana we find Navam Shatanam Panchanam Kaivartanam Shatam Shatam Sannadhanam Tatha Yunan Tishtati Abhyachodayat. Hundreds of the sailors are sailing 500 ships carrying hundreds of armed soldiers. There is a mention of mechanized ships also. In Mahabharata, Sarvavat Saham Navam Yantra Yuktam Patakinim, we find this mention, machine operated ships. Classification of ships has been done in Yukti Kalpataru. It's a big text that deals with the shipping, and it says the two types of ships were there, vessels were there, Samanya and Vishesh. Samanya type of vessels were simple and ordinary type of vessels, mostly plied in rivers. Samanya vessels were classified into 10 types, and these are the names: Kshudra, Madhyama, Bhima, Chapala, Patala, Abhaya, Dirgha, Patra, Puta, Garbha. Means all feminine gender, through feminine gender they mention it. Dimensions of the vessels have also been given in Yukti Kalpataru. Vishesh type of vessels have also been mentioned there, and they are of two types. Dirgha as second one is Unnata. So Dirgha type, all these 10 types have been mentioned, and their dimensions have also been given over there. Unnata type, 5 types are there: Urdhava, Anurdhava, Swaranamukhi, like that. And dimensions of various Unnata type of vessels, they have been also given there. Their painting and design of vessels, it has also been mentioned. The vessel with one mast was painted blue. Vessel with 2 masts were painted yellow. Vessels with 3 masts painted red. Vessels with 4 masts painted white. And there is also mention of vessels with cabins. So they were having cabins also. And Sarvatu Mandir, so vessels which were used to carry all royal things, royal house, and all these things have been mentioned there. And this royal vessel, a particular type of vessel has been used. The picture of the celestial bodies, it has been the gold, silver and copper metalwork was used in these vessels. Material used, that has also been given in this Yukti Kalpataru, and it has been mentioned that no iron was used, so that the vessels would not be attracted by any magnetic rocks. So metals were, this was not used. Even John of Monte Corvino, Marco Polo, Vasco da Gama, they have also mentioned it, that Indians were not using any iron nails in their vessels. The India's shipbuilding industry, it has been mentioned by Marco Polo, this Nicoli de Conti, all these people, they have done it. So this is the brief description of the Vahana Shastra in ancient India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi Prakash Arya Garu, for your valuable speech. I would like to request our session chair, Professor Ram Gopal Rao Garu, to present memento and shawl to our speaker, Dr. Ravi Prakash Arya Garu.
It is my honor to introduce a distinguished scholar and an eminent leader in Vedic studies, Dr. Ravi Prakash Arya, Chair Professor at Maharshi Dayanand University, Rohtak. Dr. Arya's illustrious career and the many accolades he has received are a testament to his deep commitment to the preservation, promotion, and education of Vedic knowledge. Dr. Arya's work bridges the ancient and contemporary, making Vedic wisdom relevant and accessible to the modern world. His leadership at Maharshi Dayanand University and his contributions to the broader community have established him as a guiding light in the field of Vedic studies. Now, I request Dr. Ravi Prakash Arya Garu to take over and lead the session.
Thank you. In this session, we have 4 speakers. First speaker is Srimati Kavya Vadadi. She is going to speak on decoding advanced space technology in ancient manuscripts. Kavya integrates Vedic technologies with modern engineering, bridging tradition and innovation. She has authored Vimanas and the Wars of Gods and reverse engineering Vedic Vimanas, exploring the link between ancient myths and advanced engineering. I invite Srimati Kavya Vadadi to come and present her paper.
So I am going to talk about ancient Egyptian and Indian airship space launch vehicle. So here we can see first diagram from Brihad Vimana Shastra, that is Tripura Vimana, and second one Shakuna Vimana, and third one is a picture from Abydos Temple, Egypt. So that is an airship. So Tripura Vimana, it has multi like transformable vehicle, 3 modes it can travel, 3 medium: under the water, on the water, and in the on the land, in the air also, space also. And it is made of advanced materials. I believe it is a flexible material also, because it is transformable, and it has electric wheels for land travel, ballast tank, rudder, propeller and all, and air blowers are also there. Control systems are also described in Vimana Shastra. Next one. Shakuna Vimana. So this Vimana is like similar to Pushpaka Vimana, which we see in Ellora caves, flapping wing mechanisms. So this is also made of Raja Loha. This is different one, Raja Loha. Previously Tripura Vimana, Trinetra Loha. So various mechanical components are there for the help of flapping wings and all, flight control too. Similarities in the ancient Egyptian and Indian space vehicles. Historians say that there is a link between ancient scripts, Egyptian and Indian also, civilizations related. So here we can see the Abydos airship. Abydos airship is something like completely different flying city kind of thing, because it has like many things, like they have written birds come in and go, and fishes are also there inside. Inside there is a like something like pool inside it and all. So many things we can do on this project. We are still doing 3D modeling of this Abydos airship. Next one. Now coming to Shakuna Vimana, recently I have found some yantra which describing Pushpini yantra. Basically first initially I thought it is something like air conditioner kind of thing, but now it seems to be something more than it, like making the astronauts feel better in space atmosphere. And also it says that animals and plants can also be taken inside this, and also the third floor it can be separated, and when it is not there in the Vimana, the floor can be folded, upper layer of the third floor folded onto the second floor. So after the release of the capsule to another space mission. Next. So coming to Abydos airship, there is description of many things like similar things are there, making the passengers comfortable, and also the many habitation related descriptions are there, and recycling system, air, water, everything waste is also there. So here we can see Abydos airship, fish is also there, like I said. Basically, as per our understanding, they provide like sustainable food source in the Abydos airship in the ancient Egyptian civilization. So there like waste could fertilize plants also, and the system helps filter and recycle water. So all these things we can consider, and garden with fruits is also mentioned in Abydos airship. So it is very sophisticated idea. Like agriculture is also there inside it. So it provides fresh food essential for long-term habitation. Like I said, example in Shakuna Vimana, we have to still explore that yantra. So here we can see in Abydos airship directly they mentioned such similar things. There is small ventilation units for birds to come in and go outside. So birds could assist in pollination plants in the garden. So they have thought of everything linked to one and other material. Now I said Pushpini Yantra, this one still I am doing research. So basically describe providing comfort during the travel, especially spring, summer seasons, and suggest how environmental conditions can change during the flight. And cold processing mirror is there, like possibly managing the heat in the space, and cold generating crystal is there, manis, so described as producing cooling effect. Electrical wheel with 100 spokes, it could be like for circulating the air inside the aircraft. And acid vessel, it is a little unclear to understand as of now. After translating again we can try to understand. So functioning, the device, it is used as a combination of electrical system, specialized materials, chemical reactions also to regulate temperature and circulate the air. So comparing to the modern equipment, we can understand that it is like something like environmental control system, spacecraft thermal control systems also. So applications, studying this, we can do new approach to the environmental control in spacecraft. For long duration missions we can do. Material science insights also, description of special materials are there. Cold generating crystals, modern science we are not at all aware of crystals, but ancient science there are many descriptions of many types of crystals which have multiple functions which modern science doesn't know. So that it could prompt research into new materials and thermal management also. And historical technological understanding, the sophistication of like Pushpini Yantra challenges our perceptions of ancient technological capabilities, encouraging a re-evaluation of historical scientific knowledge. Next one. So now comparing environmental control systems, both ancient and modern are suggesting like environmental things inside the space capsule, making the astronauts and all sustainable in other outer space atmosphere. We can take inspiration on all these descriptions. So future research directions, we can understand that these alloys which I have mentioned, Rajaloha alloy, cold generating crystal, all these we can do research and develop the modern space technology. Pushpini Yantra also, it inspires us to understand new types of research. So now coming to the next topic. So advanced space devices are there in Vimana Shastra. Cloning device is there, that is the Vimana appearing like there are multiple Vimanas in the space. And plasma shield, Parivesha Kriya Yantra, that name, device name, and then free energy extraction. Next. So Shakti Akarshana Yantra is power attracting device mentioned in Vimana Shastra. So like I said, there are many free energy in the space, regions in the space mentioned in Vimana Shastra from which we can extract energy. But now we are using only fuel and all. But in Vimana Shastra, they have used free available energies in the space. And Vishwakriya Darshana Darpana Yantra, this is a universal vision revealing mirror when we translate, but it acts as double role. It is like a space telescope which can show the astronaut in the Vimana the 3D images of whatever the telescope focuses on. And also it can, for example, we are seeing the Vimana, we can see the Vimana and there is a another duplicate Vimana beside it, like it is cloning device. And next, Ganapa Yantra, solar energy extraction device. Parivesha Kriya Yantra, plasma shield generator. So based on the descriptions of Brihad Vimana Shastra, I have tried to do 3D modeling of this particular yantra. This is only a small part of this yantra, Shakti Akarshan yantra. Nikola Tesla already tried to recreate some devices from ancient texts, but we do not have now everything. So this is more similar to it. Power attracting, solar radiant energy is the Earth's gravitational pull described. Wind kinetic energy is also described. So there are multiple descriptions, like from multiple free energies it is attracting the energy. These all concepts we have to understand. For example, wind kinetic energy, we have magneto-hydrodynamic generator. Earth's gravitational pull, we have Nikola Tesla tried earth powered generator once upon a time, gravity powered generator, but free energies, his laboratory was destroyed and he was killed, they say. Solar radiant energy, we know only some part of the solar rays in ancient texts. In Brihad Vimana Shastra, they have mentioned many types of the solar rays. We did not understand that much. So Shakti Akarshan Yantra, technical details which I have understood, it utilizes mirrors or glass devices, neutralizes excess wind force on aircraft, protects against toxic outer earth winds, and earth powered generator also we can understand it, and magneto-hydrodynamic generator, like I said. Energy transfer happens between aircraft and ground-based equipment. Now coming to that space telescope which I have said, which also acts as cloning device for the Vimana. So this Vimana described in two areas in the Brihad Vimana Shastra, entire Vimana Shastra, in multiple chapters they have mentioned. So in Yantras chapter and also pilot instructions chapter. So it projects 3D visuals of distant celestial bodies, uses Mercury also. These are interesting points to be noted from the device. So it uses Mercury as reflective surface capable of creating clones or illusions of the Vimana itself. So these are main points which I have understood. So this one, the 3D model I have tried. This is also only some part which I have understood. That only I have created 3D model. Next. Mounted, like they also written that this is very strange description that I have come across in Brihad Vimana Shastra. So they have written that they placed this yantra, fixed it on the Vimana facing towards the planet Earth. So we have to understand, is the Vimana or the space station or the space city still existing, and are they still watching us through this telescope? So it provides real-time 3D holographic images of the Earth or other desired locations as per the astronaut or pilot. So allows observation of individual beings also, they have written, with accuracy it seems. So it can create illusory 3D images of the Vimana for strategic purposes. Next. Now Ganapa Yantra, as per my understanding, Ganapa Yantra, it is solar collector shaped like elephant's trunk. System of wheels and wires for energy transfer they have mentioned. and storage mechanism involving silica crystals and acid. It utilizes sun crystals, umbrellas to enhance solar energy collection. So modern technology, if we can compare, so it is similar to modern photovoltaic panels or solar concentrators, and energy transfer system, electrical wiring, mechanical power transmission in current systems. Storage mechanism resembles modern battery technologies, particularly those using chemical reactions for energy storage, and enhanced collection methods also, maximizing solar energy capture such as tracking system and concentrator designs. Parivesha Kriya Yantra. So this yantra is very special for me because at the beginning I couldn't understand what they are trying to say in the text Brihadvimana Shastra. So translation very difficult, and for understanding we should be expert in that subject. So I felt very difficult to understand. Later I understood, okay, they are describing plasma shield. Parivesha Kriya Yantra. So it generates protective halo using all the 5 elemental forces. So it utilizes solar rays for propulsion also and guidance, incorporates energy storage transmission mechanisms, and also defensive environmental control features are also there. There are specific materials used and specialized glasses in detailed description in this yantra. Metals and acids also they used. So modern technology we have plasma shield a little, but not this much advanced. If we focus on it, we can develop it more. Next. So sophisticated grasp of energy manipulation and conversion, advanced understanding optics and possibly holographic principles. So based as the modern technology keeps on developing, then we can understand these ancient texts. We can apply these things in various fields if we research and recreate it.
Okay, thank you so much, Kavya ji. So based on these understandings, what we did was we went ahead and created a nanosatellite prototype. The inspiration primarily came from Vishwakriya Darshana Darpana Yantra. So what happens is we are working on an advanced constellation of Earth observation nanosatellites at present, which is the size of a water bottle, a 1 liter water bottle. And what we are trying to do is to capture and stream near real-time geospatial video data from low Earth orbit. So we have a patent pending for the live streaming capabilities of the nanosatellite. So it's going to be around 1,200 nanosatellites forming a constellation through which you can actually see any particular location on Earth. I'll show you some video samples which we have done. So these are our sample work which we have been working on. We are based out of Bangalore, and so this is actually body-mounted solar panels with our antenna system. So we initially went ahead and started working on the S-band antennas, but then we realized that we can do it with UHF itself. So we are working on it, and this will have an optical payload, which actually has its own customized data handling board, which can stream whatever it's seen. It captures it, and then it streams simultaneously. So that's how we have built it. These are all some of the samples that we have been working on since last 2 years. So this is primarily taken from. So this is our co-founder, Mr. Loganathan, who is an ex-ISRO scientist. So he had been a deputy project director for multiple missions, and post-retirement he worked on SRM-SAT, and also he worked with Niti Meenakshi. And so those are works which have been done in a lab. So we have been part of multiple forums, India and internationally. So this was in Bangalore Space Expo in 2022, and we were part of G20. So we came up with policy interventions for democratizing geospatial data, which all these G20 nations are having in silos. So that's what had happened, and this was part of our collaborative effort to come up with food and medicine for microgravity environments. So we are working on a bio payload also on an experimental basis, still in research. So that's me giving a presentation at IIT Guwahati. Yeah, so this is last week, I mean, end of June in India Space Congress, where I was paneling on advanced Earth observation payloads, wherein satellite-based video is non-existent as of now. Few countries are doing it, that too for military purposes. So we are trying to do it. Can you play the videos, please? So here I'll show you some of the video samples. We have named it Eye in the Sky. So that's the inspiration came from the ancient text. So I started working with Kavya Vadadi madam after I read her books, and that was more of an inspiration for me. So, sir, can you play it? Okay, so as per the descriptions, right? So you can see these are a satellite-based video, which is on an experimental basis. You can see the trains. Are you guys able to see it? Yeah. And what we did was, actually we took some of these samples, built an AI model on top of it so that objects can be detected accurately. Drones have their own limitations. So the future is going to be satellite-based video feed. Already military is doing it. So this is actually our AI model, which is tracking a ship, which is actually proceeding. So this has been run at a different speed so that our AI model works really well in order to track it. Objects like ships, vessels, and then aeroplanes, train, cars, and all have been trained through our AI model. Still on an experimental basis, it's not perfect, but yeah, next video. Next video. It's already done. So these are the AI model trying to capture cars, the white colored cars specifically, and approximately 60 to 70% confidence it has. And you guys don't have privacy anymore, okay? So I'll tell you that. Next video. And yeah, so this is actually tracking an airfield wherein you can see the aeroplane in a taxiway. It's being, it's getting to take off, or it's going to be parked, I don't know. But this is the video. You can play the next one. And we actually ran our AI model on top of it, and that's how it is able to detect it. And it can be used for tracking enemy planes or war planes which are going across an area. Whatever cannot be captured through radar also, we are trying to do it through satellite-based videos. So instead of looking from the down, we are looking from the top. There are limitations, of course, but pretty sure we'll fine-tune it to get it accurate. Next video, sir. That's it, huh? Yeah, that's the actual video. Yeah, so this is the train, the first one you saw, which has been getting tracked. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much.
In addition to his academic achievements, Dr. Saxena Garu's experience with the Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, showcases his ability to apply theoretical research to practical applications, contributing to India's strategic capabilities. We are honored to have Dr. Vikas Kumar Saxena Garu with us today. Please join me in welcoming him. I now would like to invite Dr. Saxena to take over this session.
Now I'm a professor at several IITs, but my interest continues in IKS from very beginning. So because I work for aerospace related areas in different IITs, presently, I am a chairman also Aeronautics Research and Development Board for Ministry of Defense, which is a main funding agency in different research areas. So I was listening to Viman Sast and other thing. There's a great opportunity for funding for academia. If some research group comes, they can meet me. This is my very small introduction. Again, I'm thanks Sri Vayati for inviting me, and Sastri Garu, I know him, because being a director, DMRL, DRDO, Hyderabad, many of his materials have been tested in DMRL by my group, and now he is supplying some of the nanotechnologies to DRDO for very strategic and defense applications. With this, I start the session. We have got 3 lectures. Each one is for 30 minutes. I request the speakers if they can finish in 25 minutes. 5 minutes we can have the interaction. That will be very nice. So first lecture is by Chaya Goswami on maritime knowledge systems, enterprises and capital of the Gulf of Kutch. It's my pleasure to introduce her. She is a distinguished maritime and business historian specializing in maritime South Asia and Western Indian Ocean. Dr. Chaya is greatly acclaimed for her research on trans-regional commodity exchange, trading network, and diaspora studies. She has authored notable works such as The Call of the Sea and Globalization Before Its Time. Her contribution earned her the Pandit Harilal Gupta Best Book Prize in 2015 with Senior Research Fellowship at UCL, Qatar, and University of Glasgow, and PDF at Warwick University. She now heads the History Department at S.K. Somaiya College, Mumbai. She also directs an archival digitization project in collaboration with American University of Sharjah. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Chaya, who is a great scholar and historian.
Thank you for the opportunity. I wish the younger generation would have been there to hear out our maritime history. But anyways, it will transmit sooner or later because the efforts are going in the correct direction from the Ministry of Education. This project has only brought me here, that is IKS Research Center, which was awarded to us last year. And whatever connects with IKS, I never say no, because if not now, then when are we going to invest in this particular endeavor to just promote different types of knowledge system, and my focus is on maritime knowledge system. So going beyond the realm of science and maths to taking you, taking you to the oceanic world, because oceanic world also had its own engagement, and being at the heart of the Indian Ocean and peninsular arc of ours quite invites our intervention as far as our knowledge system is concerned, right? So I gave a talk to Sriviti in July regarding the seafaring and shipbuilding techniques. But since I did not want to repeat that, the same thing, somewhere obviously I'll overlap that with today's presentation. Today I'm more focused on entrepreneurial kind of culture and the capital in the Gulf of Kutch, because to let you know that how these knowledge systems were just not embedded but hybrid and quite interactive, network based, and of course beyond the commercial realm there is cross culturality also. So we'll just see how theoretically also we can engage and how factually we can just borrow from this particular case study, because I'm giving you a case study and my 20 years of research have been on this region of Gulf of Kutch. So it is a kind of a natural transmission of what I am being doing to bringing it to the platform of IKS. So I'm like, this another tagline over with this title is telling you that how we have to explore the evolution of maritime trading system and economic practices also. Of course, see, here also when we talk about commerce and trade and enterprise and risking the things at sea, it also needs scientific intervention, because without seafaring, without shipbuilding, you cannot think about crossing the ocean, right? And the second thing which again entwines here or intertwines here is all about how do we see computation. what is their knowledge, because financial matters when it comes to, and we have seen how the West Coast has been over the centuries being contributing in this arena. So the idea is that we have